Chapter 1148. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the two of them finally separated from each other. Su Tian was severely injured, and there were several bloody wounds on his chest. If not for the protection of the divine armor, he would have already been split in half. Ba Zhongxing had the upper hand, but he was also injured. A few fist marks dented his flesh, and blood flowed continuously. But compared to Su Tian, his injuries were nothing. Seems like you're out of tricks. Admit defeat, and I'll let you go. Ba Zhongxing sneered, panting. Su Tian's breathing was also extremely unstable. He swallowed many medicinal pills and said coldly, "Impossible unless I die." "Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Ba Zhongjiu also swallowed a medicinal pill, and he rushed toward Su Tian again. He waved his divine axe again, and the axe aura enveloped Su Tian. Su Tian gritted his teeth and prepared to fight again. At this moment, a beautiful figure rushed over, and a cold light rushed toward Ba Zhongxing. Ba Zhongxing frowned, and he could only give up on attacking Su Tian. He swung his axe back and dissipated the attack. Rumble. The person was only interfering with Ba Zhongxing, and didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue him. That person came to Su Tian and asked with concern, "Holy Son, are you all right?" This person was obviously a stunning beauty. She was dressed in a moon-patterned satin dress, and her graceful figure was undoubtedly reflected. Her whole body emitted a holy light, and people didn't dare to look at her directly. She was the moon sect's new holy lady, Mu Yanhong, and Su Tian was the holy son of the sun sect. The holy son and holy lady had always been the representatives of the sun sect. They would usually watch over each other, and together, they would become the new Sun Emperor and Moon Empress in the future. "Step down, who asked you to interfere in the battle?" Su Tian glared at Mu Yanhong ungratefully. In this situation, how could Su Tian let a woman help him? He was the new Holy Sun, and he definitely couldn't show weakness in a one-on-one battle. And he didn't want anyone to help him. Mu Yanhong scolded. "Now that the crack in the void is about to open, as the Holy Sun, how can you be so impulsive? At worst, we'll fight to the death with them, and see who can win in the end." The Sun Clan and the Moon Clan had always been separated. They would only act together when something big happened. Therefore, although Mu Yanhong was the Holy Maiden, she might become Su Tian's cultivation partner in the future, but she might not necessarily listen to Su Tian's commands. After all, there weren't many holy sons and holy daughters who could end up together in the end. The reason was that if the two people's cultivation bases were not in sync, one of them would be eliminated, or if one of them died young, and the other would be freed of his status and choose another successor. Haha, not bad, not bad. The Holy Maiden of the Moon Sect is indeed courageous. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Let me, Ba Zhongxing, witness the divine might of the future Sun Emperor and Moon Empress. Ba Zhongxing said arrogantly. "Bastard. We'll talk about that after you defeat me." Su Tian shouted as he threw a punch at Ba Zhongxing. Ba Zhongxing sneered and swung his axe again. The two of them fought fiercely for a while more, and Su Tian was ruthlessly sent flying. His entire body was already covered in blood, and his combat strength was almost depleted. "I've said it before, the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun Sect is only SOSO, Ba Zhongxing said disdainfully. The disciples of the Sun Sect were all furious. If not for the Divine King Elders holding them back, they would have rushed out to fight the people of the Godly Axe Gang to the death. Su Tian was also very tenacious. He actually stood up again, but his aura was in a mess and was extremely weak. Don't you dare sully the name of the Holy Sun Fist." Su Tian glared at Ba Zhongxing and said. Then he continued to walk towards Ba Zhongxing step by step. It seemed like he was going to fight to the death. Everyone looked at the unyielding Su Tian, and they all had looks of admiration on their faces. Mu Yanhong frowned. She really wanted to fight for Su Tian, but she resisted the urge. This was a duel between men. If she rashly joined in, she was afraid that she would hurt Su Tian's pride and destroy his proud character. "You have guts. Come, I'll let you die a quick death," Ba Zhongxing said to Su Tian like a cat crying for a mouse. Everyone felt that if Su Tian continued to fight, he would definitely die, and all of them showed a look of pity. It was not that Su Tian was weak, but that Ba Zhongxing was stronger, and had more condensed divine power. It was only natural that he had the upper hand. However, at this moment, a person suddenly flew high up in the sky and attracted everyone's attention. No one knew why this person suddenly appeared. He didn't release any aura and didn't have any intention to challenge anyone. He murmured, "This is the essence of the Holy Sun Fist's fist intent." His voice wasn't loud, but it fell into everyone's ears, including the heavily injured Su Tian. The person started to move. His body seemed to have merged with the heaven and earth. Every punch was filled with an inexplicable force. The torrential fist intent stirred up the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth. This person didn't use any elemental power, but he had already unleashed his fist intent to the realm of endless and infinite power. It was an eye-opener. In the eyes of the people of the Sun sect, they were even more shocked. The fist intent realm was a supreme realm that could only be comprehended but not explained. It was a realm that could only be comprehended by everyone. Among millions of people, it was already very good if one or two could comprehend it. In the Sun sect, there weren't many people who could comprehend the fist intent realm. Su Tian was named the Son of Saint because he was the first to comprehend the fist intent realm among the new generation. However, his fist intent realm was only at the entry level, and he was still far from reaching a deeper level. Now, there was suddenly someone who was using the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect, and was able to unleash the fist intent to the fullest. It felt no worse than the few elders in the sect. This shocked them. They all wondered if this person in front of them was the elder of technique imparting in their sect. However, this person in front of them was too young, and they had never seen him before. They were sure that there was no such person in the sect. Su Tian slowly raised his head and looked at the young man's dancing figure. His pupils shrank, and he was momentarily stunned. He had seen this kind of fist intent more than 100 times before his master. However, he had never seen it so clearly and thoroughly like this time. He seemed to be infected by this kind of fist intent. He forgot the pain in his body and wholeheartedly felt that kind of feeling. Every punch was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he kept waving it repeatedly. Although there were only 9 punches in the Holy Sun Fist, each punch contained all kinds of ever-changing power. These 9 punches contained the essence of simplification, and when they were blasted out with the surging fist intent, they reached a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, and burn the sky and evaporate the sea. After a set of fist techniques, the young man disappeared from the sky. Not many people paid attention to the direction in which the young man disappeared. Everyone took the opportunity to comprehend the fist intent. After all, every kind of fist intent had something in common. Whether or not they could comprehend it depended on the person's comprehension. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses. Who is he? How can he know the Holy Sun Fist? And that fist intent is so terrifying. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend it. Could he be an elder of the Sun sect? But his strength seems to be about the same as ours. I almost grasped that feeling just now. If he had hit me one more time, I would definitely be able to comprehend my own fist intent. What a pity. I think I saw him a few days ago. He seems to be from Dragon Gate, and he seems to be related to the 2 beauties of the Blazing Flame merchants. What? He's from Dragon Gate? How can he know the Sun sect's Holy Sun Fist? Could it be that Dragon Gate is related to the Sun sect? Or did the Heavenly Dragon sect obtain the Sun sect's secret? Lower your voice. If he really hears you, you won't be able to keep your head. Ba Zhongxing frowned and snorted coldly. Acting mysterious. He then looked in Su Tian's direction and said, Su Tian, do you still want to fight? As long as you admit defeat and admit that the Holy Sun Fist is inferior to our sky-splitting axe, I will let you go. Su Tian didn't reply. He had already closed his eyes as if he was comprehending something. His aura was actually gradually rising. Ba Zhongxing seemed to have sensed something. He wiped away his cold expression and charged towards Su Tian. Since you don't want to admit defeat, then don't blame me for being ruthless. But before he could attack, Mu Yanhong once again blocked in front of him. Ba Zhongxing, do you really want to start a war between our 2 sects? This is a battle between men. Don't go too far. If you don't step aside, I don't mind letting you have a taste of my power. Ba Zhongxing sneered. Then you can try. Mu Yanhong replied. Then I'll let you have it. Ba Zhongxing replied and swung his axe towards Mu Yanhong without any hesitation. Just as Mu Yanhong was about to accept the challenge, a ball of intense flame rushed towards her from behind. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Stand down. I will definitely defeat him." The person who had rushed over was Su Tian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed. Now there was a new change in his spirit, and his aura was once again vigorous. The raging flames met Ba Zhongxing's axe. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two young outstanding talents once again collided with each other, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Yellow earth rays and red flames continuously splashed in all directions, and the space around them continuously collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, shocking everyone. This time, Su Tian was actually evenly matched with Ba Zhongxing, and he even had a slight advantage. The realm of his fist intent gradually deepened, and the power of each of his punches grew stronger. The suns also became larger and more scorching. How could this be? Could it be that he was inspired by that guy's fist intent? The more Ba Zhongxing grew, the more anxious he became. He didn't expect that in such a short time, he would actually be suppressed by Su Tian. This was a fact that he couldn't accept. Ba Zhongxing, I will now tell you the true power of the Holy Sun Fist. It is not something that your sky-splitting axes can compare to. Su Tian was like the son of the sun. After a shout, his fist intent had already reached the middle realm, and the torrential fist light smashed down like meteorites. Ba Zhongxing counterattacked with all his might, and 67 axes blasted out continuously. Unfortunately, he was still drowned by the torrential fist light. Chapter 1149. Everything happened too quickly. Before the crowd could react, Ba Zhongxing was already on the verge of death. His entire body was charred black and looked extremely ugly. He fell into a pool of blood with only half a breath left. Su Tian, who had won, only lasted for a while before he fell heavily from the sky. Su Tian won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, mainly because he was too heavily injured. He was able to counterattack and defeat Ba Zhongxing in the end because of his unyielding willpower. Otherwise, he would have fallen long ago. Just when everyone thought that a large-scale battle was about to break out between the two great forces, the weather in the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds began to surge in this part of the world, and a violent storm suddenly came. After a while, there was a burst of thunder and lightning. The terrifying heavenly might made people feel that it was difficult to resist. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sea of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and the void seemed to slowly open up a small crack. Looking through the crack, there seemed to be another space inside. Ancient trees, spirit flowers, strange plants, fierce beasts, all kinds of creatures flashed past. And there was even a pool of dark blue water that emitted a pure mist. Everyone could not help but shout out excitedly. Quick! Look, the void crack has opened. This is great. It only appears once in 100 years. The Soul Divine Pond is inside. Everyone hurry up. Don't rush. This crack still needs a while to stabilize. Right now, the power of the heavenly lightning is at its peak. Once you get close, only death awaits. I can already see the Soul Divine Pond. That beautiful pond. No wonder it can condense one's divine soul. This time, I will definitely be able to condense my divine soul. In the near future, I will definitely be able to break through to the Divine King realm. Hurry up, we must get a good spot. Many people couldn't resist the temptation and quickly flew towards the crack. However, they were immediately bombarded by the lightning bolts. They didn't even have time to scream before they exploded into minced meat. They were all demigod kings, and the lowest was at the peak of the Holy Emperor, but they could not even withstand a single blow. This could only mean that the power of the purple lightning was too terrifying. Everyone watched this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This purple lightning was not at all weaker than the power of a divine king's attack. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. With this natural barrier, it was enough to stop many people from entering. However, many divine king elders knew that when the crack widened, the purple lightning would weaken a lot. At that time, their disciples would be able to enter. This heavenly threshold had to be passed by themselves. The older generation naturally wouldn't enter again, because everything inside was no longer tempting to them. After the first few people died, the others did not dare to move rashly. However, some disciples of the super forces of the other powers did not dare to move rashly. With the help of the divine shield, the damage caused by the purple lightning was minimized, and they forced their way through. At this moment, Gong from the Heavenly Dragon sect gave Lei Xingyang a meaningful look. Then he shouted, "All disciples, prepare to charge in." However, at this moment, Ling Ba said, "There's no rush. Even if we can rush in now, we'll have to pay a heavy price. We don't need to be the first to enter the Nethersal Divine Pond. We are Dragon Gates people. How can we let others suffer? Everyone, charge in immediately," Gong said in a tough tone. "As long as we can gain the most from the divine domain, there is no need to let them enter with heavy injuries. It is not beneficial for condensing divine souls. Ling Ba, you need to understand that I am the leader. I have my reasons for letting them in." Gong replied unhappily. He then shouted to the 50 disciples, "Go in." Lei Xingyang laughed. "Brothers and sisters of Dragon Gate, charge. We cannot fall behind others." With that, he took the lead and charged towards the Sea of Lightning. The disciples of Dragon Gate were all abnormally arrogant. They naturally did not want to fall behind others, so they all charged forward. They all took out their divine artifacts and forcefully opened up a path, rushing in. Ling Xiao followed the others in, but he was quite a distance behind the others. It was not that he was afraid of the impulsive formation, but he could faintly sense a few different auras. He could feel that when Gong told them to charge in, Gong had unintentionally revealed his killing intent towards him. He didn't know what Gong's next move was, but there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. This purple lightning was much more terrifying than the lightning sea that he had used to block through the 9 layers of space. The ice and fire sword in his hand continued to spin, deflecting many of the lightning bolts and preventing them from getting close to his body. "Great uncle, don't delay, hurry up and charge in," Ling Muxin called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "You guys go in first and take care of the others. I will be there soon." Ling Muxin and the others nodded their heads and sped up to rush in. Ling Xiao was constantly paying attention to his surroundings, but it was hard to detect anything amiss in the thunder and lightning. The only thing that made him feel uneasy was the terrifying lightning, which was extremely painful when it splashed on his body. The power of this sea of lightning was relatively dense, but it would not take much time to rush through it in one go. However, Ling Xiao was moving forward slowly. He wasn't anxious at all. Just as he reached the middle of the Sea of Lightning, a figure hidden in the purple lightning attacked him rapidly. Originally, all the auras were disrupted by the Sea of Lightning, and no one expected a sneak attack. Ling Xiao was already very careful, but he still did not expect that there would be someone who could come and go freely in this Sea of Lightning to attack him. And the strength was very fast. Ling Xiao had been dealing with the purple lightning around him, and faced with this sudden attack, he was still caught off guard. "Go to hell!" the person shouted, and the divine artifact attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could only use the ice and fire sword to block it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was pushed back quite a bit, and his entire body was drowned in lightning. After the sneak attack, the person did not care whether Ling Xiao lived or died, and immediately shuttled through the Sea of Lightning towards the crack. In his opinion, Demigod King Ling Xiao would only die if he fell into the Sea of Lightning. Indeed, ordinary divine kings would not be able to escape death if they fell into the Sea of Lightning in time to block the purple lightning. However, Ling Xiao was different. His defense was insane, and now that he had reached the Demigod King realm, his body was no less than a low-level divine artifact. Even without the divine artifact to block the purple lightning, his body could still withstand the purple lightning. However, his body was in so much pain that he could not help but scream a few times. He used all his defensive power to stabilize his body, and the ice and fire sword started spinning again. Damn it, it's Lei Xingyang indeed. How dare he play dirty and try to kill me? Wait until I enter the Divine Soul Pond. I will make you wish you were dead. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Apart from Lei Xingyang, who had the body of the Thunder God, Ling Xiao did not think there was anyone else who could move freely in the Sea of Lightning. Even though he had covered his face with a cloth, Ling Xiao could still recognize him from his voice and figure. Ling Xiao was going to make him pay for what he'd done. Ling Xiao was no longer in danger, and the ancient emperor divine technique continued to repair his body. He was still not in a hurry to rush in, and his divine soul clone flew out of his sea of consciousness. Two identical Ling Xiao stood face to face, and it was difficult to tell which was the body and which was the divine soul. Ever since he passed through the 9 layers of space barrier in the Xianling continent, Ling Xiao knew that he could use the power of lightning to cultivate and cleanse his soul power. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally had to make good use of such natural conditions. His current divine soul was already at the peak of a low-level god king, and it could advance at any time. And these purple lightning could make his soul power purer and his flesh stronger. Ling Xiao's body guarded by the side, while his divine soul faced the attacks of these purple lightning bolts. This made Ling Xiao feel a suffocating pain. The defense of his flesh and divine soul was still a little lacking. If not for the fact that he already had the power of a god king, Ling Xiao would not dare to rashly bring him out. Otherwise, his soul would be blasted into smithereens. Ling Xiao circulated the soul-controlling art with his divine soul, and continuously condensed his soul power to resist the purple lightning. For the next few days, Ling Xiao did not enter the void chasm. Over the past few days, people had been breaking in, but no one had noticed that there were 2 identical Ling Xiaos in the room. Because they were already in a sorry state, because they were busy dealing with these purple lightning bolts. How could they have the time to care about other things? More or less adapted. If I can cultivate properly here for a few days, I believe my divine soul can advance. What a pity. Ling Xiao muttered and kept his divine soul. He had to rush in now. After all, a month's time was rather limited. Passing through the sea of lightning, he came to a piece of land. This piece of space was a little bigger than imagined. It was like a piece of land in another world, filled with a primitive aura. There were no sudden sounds of thunder and lightning here, and it seemed much quieter. It was not much different from the wilderness outside. Ancient trees were lush, and spirit flowers and rare grasses were in full bloom. Everything was very natural and beautiful. Ling Xiao observed carefully. The ranks of the spirit flowers and rare grasses here were actually not low. Tier 6 and 7 could be seen everywhere. Occasionally he could also discover Tier 8 ones. No one actually went to pluck these spirit flowers and rare grasses. Perhaps in their eyes, these were already not of much use to them. They were all making the best use of time to rush to that ghost divine pond. Condensing the divine soul and breaking through to the divine king realm was the most important. It's good that no one wants it. It's all mine, Ling Xiao said happily. Then he uprooted some of the precious spirit flowers and rare grasses in the vicinity and kept them into the medicine cauldron. He temporarily had no use for these, but he could plant them in the medicine cauldron. Who knows, he might need them in the future. Ling Xiao walked leisurely, plucking wildflowers and spirit herbs. He was not in a hurry at all. Occasionally he encountered some spirit beasts, but they were directly peeled off by Ling Xiao's true dragon battle chi. After Ling Xiao collected enough, he immediately flew towards the depths of the ghost divine pond. Chapter 1150. The Netherworld Divine Pond was a wondrous place. It was surrounded by mountains and was located in a valley in the middle of the mountains. There were many high-rank sacred beasts coiling around it, devouring the heaven and earth and protecting the divine pond. The ancient trees, spiritual flowers, and strange herbs all seemed to be absorbing the essence of the divine pond, and were brimming with vitality. Their levels were not low either, causing the environment to be very beautiful. When Ling Xiao arrived, he realized that no one had entered the Netherworld Divine Pond. Instead, they were fighting with the 9th Order Sacred Beasts. Among these sacred beasts, there were several 10th Order Sacred Beasts. They had already sealed off the area, their powerful bodies forming the strongest shield. Anyone who approached the Netherworld Divine Pond would be mercilessly attacked. There were thousands of these sacred beasts, like a herd of beasts. There were lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, eagles, all sorts of sacred beasts were present. Many wanted to forcefully break through the sacred beasts' blockade and enter the Netherworld Divine Pond, but they were powerless. Although they were demigod kings or peak holy emperors, they were powerless against 10th Order sacred beasts. Moreover, there were so many ninth-order sacred beasts around them. Their powerful bodies and attacks were not something ordinary weapons could harm. For a moment, the humans and the beasts were locked in a battle. Blood splattered everywhere, and roars and screams rang out incessantly. No matter how dangerous it was, they were willing to risk it all in order to become true godly kings. As long as they could become godly kings one day, they would not be afraid of these sacred beasts. They could even suppress them and make them submit to them as protective spiritual beasts. It was killing two birds with one stone. Ling Xiao smacked his lips and said, "This is huge. There are so many holy beasts in this place. Could it be that this is a paradise for holy beasts?" He could not be bothered with them. His gaze was constantly searching for his fellow Dragon Gate disciples. However, before he could find it, a level 9 lion eagle descended from the sky, pouncing towards him. That sharp beak, sharp claws, all of them were lethal weapons. "Come at me!" Ling Xiao shouted. His body fluttered like a willow leaf and instantly dodged the lion eagle's attack. His body then gently landed on the lion eagle's back. The lion eagle was furious. It did not expect that this human could actually dodge its attack, and even step on its back. It spun and flipped its body, trying to throw Ling Xiao off. However, Ling Xiao's feet were like a waterfall, heavily stomping on its back. Yo! The lion eagle's back caved in from Ling Xiao's stomp. Fresh blood spurted out, and the lion eagle's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. He directly cut off the lion eagle's head and took out its beast core. At this moment, Ling Xiao scanned the area in front of him again. He also discovered that the Dragon Gate disciples had joined forces to fight against some sacred beasts. Each and every one of the Heavenly Dragon Sect disciples are holding divine tools. They are the elites of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. They will not be lenient when killing sacred beasts. They are the most valiant group. Lei Xingyang is showing off his valiant attacks. He is actually able to challenge a rank 10 sacred beast, and is not at a disadvantage. It is clear that he has some ability. However, if it were not for Yao Meihong who was beside him, he would not have been able to show off so much. Ling Xiao fixed his gaze on the dozen or so juniors in the clan. He discovered that they had already unleashed their full strength. Their abilities had increased tremendously. Ordinary sacred beasts could not do anything to them at all. If it were not for the fact that there were too many sacred beasts, they would have long broken through the encirclement and entered the Ghost Divine Pond. Ling Xiao was relieved. They were the pride of the clan and naturally had extraordinary abilities. It was not his turn to help them for the time being. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted again and landed on the disciples of the Blazing Flame Merchants. The overall abilities of the Blazing Flame Merchants were not bad. Only a few of them had died. Compared to the other forces, they were considered to be intact. When Ling Xiao's gaze landed on Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing, the two of them found it a little difficult to deal with him. They did not know if these sacred beasts were male. There were a few more around them compared to the others. Lai Ruyu's combat abilities were much stronger than Zhou Zhijing's. The power of her twin fire rings was very strong. The moment the sacred beasts came into contact with them, they were smashed to pieces. The surging flames immediately burned them until they screamed. Her protective fire phoenix was also very powerful. It had the bloodline of a divine beast and could suppress a few sacred beasts at the same time. As for Zhou Zhijing, she was also a demigod king. However, in terms of combat abilities, she was much weaker than Lai Ruyu, who had the body of the fire god. Her sacred beasts were also surrounded and killed by those sacred beasts. If not for Lai Ruyu helping her from time to time, she would have been swallowed alive by the sacred beasts. Junior sister, don't worry about me. As long as we get through here, the divine pond will not be attacked by the sacred beasts anymore. Zhou Zhijing called out to Lai Ruyu. No, I'm here. I can definitely help senior sister break through the encirclement. Lai Ruyu was a stubborn person. She responded and the fire rings turned into countless rings that continuously attacked the surrounding sacred beasts. Zhou Zhijing gritted her teeth and fought on the side. However, at this time, a dragon leopard was waiting for an opportunity to attack. While she was dealing with another sacred beast, it pounced towards her. Lai Ruyu was busy and did not realize that this beast was actually so cunning. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhijing was so scared that her face turned pale. It was already difficult for her to fight two sacred beasts at the same time. Now a mid-tier 9th stage wind attribute sacred beast suddenly appeared. Wasn't this going to kill her? Zhou Zhijing's heart had already fallen to the bottom of the valley. It was already impossible for her to escape. There were still two high-tier sacred beasts waiting on her left and right. There was no way out. Just as she was about to perish, a strong gust of wind came and a sparkling sword ray streaked across like a shooting star. The dragon-patterned leopard didn't even have the time to scream before it was split into two. A huge pool of blood blossomed in the sky like brilliant fireworks. Zhou Zhijing was still stunned on the spot. That person exclaimed, "You silly girl, there are still two sacred beasts." Then, like a light breeze, that person pulled Zhou Zhijing into his arms and dodged the combined attack of the other two sacred beasts. Zhou Zhijing felt that firm and safe chest, and a sense of security that she had never felt before came over her. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the man who was hugging her. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable feeling. At this time, Lai Ruyu had also shaken off the sacred beast's combined attack and rushed towards Zhou Zhijing. When she saw the man who was hugging Zhou Zhijing, her eyes turned sour. She no longer cared about her image and shouted, "That damned Ling Xiao, he only hugged senior sister and not me." Then, she threw herself at Ling Xiao and hugged Ling Xiao's sturdy waist tightly. There were beauties in front and behind him. The fragrance of virgins made Ling Xiao feel that it was incomparably wonderful. However, he knew that this was not the time to be intimate. There were many sacred beasts in the surroundings, eyeing them covetously. "All of you move to the side. I will kill a path for you and send you in first." Ling Xiao shouted as he released Zhou Zhijing from his embrace. Zhou Zhijing left his embrace and felt a faint reluctance in her heart. Lai Ruyu also unwillingly released Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was free from the restraints, he dashed forward. His speed was extremely fast, and the saint beasts were unable to react in time. Streaks of fiery sword light swept across their bodies. Roar! Roar! Those sacred beasts were cut by the ice and fire swords and cried out in pain. The heavenly fire directly burned their bodies, making it even harder for them to escape. Ling Xiao had long since treated the two girls as his good friends. He planned to send them in first before returning to help the people of Dragon Gate. He kept increasing his battle prowess. The limitless doppelganger technique split into 100, and the nearby stage 9 sacred beasts were all surrounded by his attacks. The sacred beasts' bodies were powerful, but their speed was far inferior to Ling Xiao's, who had already comprehended the profound realm of movement techniques. He was like a puddle of mud, and the 108 figures constantly shuttled through the gaps in front of them. None of the sacred beasts could withstand the power of the ice and fire swords in his hands. In just a few blinks of an eye, the position that was blocked by a dozen sacred beasts was forcefully blasted open by Ling Xiao. Before the other sacred beasts could close in, Ling Xiao had already shouted at the two girls who were in a daze, "Hurry up and go over." Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing came to their senses and rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu yelled, "Ling Xiao, come in with us." "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get in," Ling Xiao urged. He could already sense that even more powerful sacred beasts were coming, and if they didn't go in now, they would be in trouble. Lai Ruyu still wanted to say something, but Zhou Zhijing pulled her and said, "Little junior sister, let's go in first. Ling Xiao will definitely find a way in." Zhou Zhijing had just pulled Lai Ruyu away when a black shadow that blotted out the sky appeared above Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked up and felt his scalp go numb. This was the most powerful sacred beasts among them, the three-tailed bat. When it spread its black wings, it already occupied more than half of the area in the sky. Its sinister eyes, bloodthirsty mouth, powerful claws, and three powerful tails were like a black devil attacking, instilling an incomparable sense of malevolence and fear. This was a mutated ancient beast that liked to eat living things. And it was unusually ferocious. This was a genuine 10th-order savage beast. Although it was only at the peak of the low level, it was definitely enough to shock everyone here. This was not something that the 10th-order lion beast that Lei Xingyang was dealing with could compare to. This three-tailed bat had been paying attention to the humans here. and the sudden killing power that Ling Xiao displayed just now had attracted its attention. It was certain that this human was the most powerful one among them, so it had to get rid of him first. Oh my god! Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and instantly dashed in a certain direction. He was now using all his combat power and his body technique to the extreme. He was like a gust of wind, and no one could catch his figure. The three-tailed bat was much more powerful than Ling Xiao, so it could naturally capture Ling Xiao's figure. It spread its wings, and its huge body moved like a mountain, but it was also astonishingly fast. Ling Xiao looked at one of the people who was going to fight, and a fierce look appeared on his face as he muttered, "Let's see how you're going to show off this time." Chapter 1151. Lei Xingyang had the Thunder God's body. He grew up under Dragon Gate's nurturing. The elders in his master's faction doted on him, providing him with countless resources to squander, allowing him to grow up quickly. He did not disappoint them. His strength continued to rise, and his combat power was also extremely shocking. He was one of the best among his peers. However, when he entered the Void Fissure, he was humiliated by Ling Xiao in front of everyone. He was extremely angry. He knew that although Ling Xiao was a martial artist who cultivated both ice and fire, he might not be one of Kim People's people. However, Ling Xiao was very close to Kim People's people, so he was the enemy of the Divine Physique faction. He Gong had hinted to him to do something in the Void Fissure to break Ling Xiao's spirit, to let him know that the Divine Physique faction was not so easy to bully. In Dragon Gate, members of the same faction were not allowed to kill each other. Violators would be expelled from the faction, or killed without mercy. Although there were constant conflicts within Dragon Gate, if they wanted to deal with someone, they had to openly challenge and suppress them. He Gong did not want to go overboard, so he only wanted Lei Xingyang to break Ling Xiao's spirit. It would be best if he was injured for a period of time, so that he would give up on becoming a divine king. He Gong's thoughts were quite vicious, but Lei Xingyang did not think that way. He had been fawned over by people since he was young. This time, he was humiliated by Ling Xiao in front of everyone. He decided that he would not let Ling Xiao go. Therefore, when he entered the Void Sea of Thunder, he used his unique physique to hide in the Sea of Thunder, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When Ling Xiao entered the Sea of Thunder, he suddenly attacked and blasted Ling Xiao away, causing him to lose his defense and fall into the Sea of Thunder. The power of the thunder in the Sea of Thunder was comparable to the power of a low-level divine king. Even though Ling Xiao had the strength of a demigod king, it was difficult for him to withstand it. Therefore, Lei Xingyang hoped that Ling Xiao would be struck to death by lightning. How could he be so ruthless? In addition to this ruthless scheme, he also had a vanity to show off. Hence, the moment he arrived here, he chose a 10th-level Saint Beast. Usually, he would not be at a disadvantage when fighting with ordinary low-level god kings. Hence, he was confident that he could kill this 10th-tier Saint Beast. But when it came to a true life and death struggle, he knew how terrifying this 10th-tier Holy Beast's power was. He had no choice but to ask Yao Meihong for help. The two divine bodies each had their own advantages. With their combined strength, they managed to suppress the 10th-level Holy Beast and gain the upper hand. However, just as the two of them were about to kill the 10th-tier Holy Beast, a shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the sun rushed over. Their eyelids twitched as they saw a level 10 three-tailed bat approaching menacingly. There was also a shadow that was fleeing in front of it, making it hard for them to see who it was. The two of them thought that the three-tailed bat was here to help the 10th-tier lion Holy Beast, and they were scared out of their wits. "Senior brother Chang, hurry up and help!" Lei Xingyang shouted at Chang Haoyou, who was dealing with the other holy beasts not far away. Chang Haoyou's combat strength was not inferior to Lei Xingyang and Yao Meihong's, but he belonged to the neutral faction, and had never helped either side. Now he was ignoring Lei Xingyang and Yao Meihong. After all, the three-tailed mutant bat's aura was terrifying. Even if he joined in, he might not be able to deal with it. He pretended not to hear anything, and continued to unleash his dual elemental powers. With great difficulty, he carved out a bloody path and charged into the netherworld divine pond. The saint beasts that tried to stop him were all forced to retreat. "Damn it!" Lei Xingyang cursed. He could no longer care about killing the lion holy beast with Yao Meihong. He turned around and charged towards the spectral divine pond with his lightning spear. The power of lightning continued to explode around him, and the 9th-tier holy beasts all dodged. The might of his lightning spear was boundless, and he directly picked off the holy beasts in front of him. Yao Meihong saw that Lei Xingyang wasn't going to kill them, and she naturally wouldn't stay. Her speed was much faster than Lei Xingyang's, and she flew in another direction. She seemed to have comprehended some movement techniques, and she could actually weave through the holy beasts, rendering them helpless. Trying to escape? Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he charged in Lei Xingyang's direction. The three-tailed bat was like a shadow, and its speed increased once again. It swore to swallow the human alive. Lei Xingyang was obstructed by the 2 holy beasts in front of him, and he slowed down. Furthermore, speed wasn't his advantage. He sensed that the terrifying aura was already behind him. He flew forward with all his might, and the spectral divine pond didn't seem to be far away. He just needed a moment to reach it. But at this moment, an invisible soul power penetrated through space and directly attacked his sea of consciousness. Soul Needle. This was one of the soul attacks that Ling Xiao could condense, and it was the primary power of the last scroll of the soul-controlling art. It was an upgraded version of the soul needle that Ling Xiao used to condense with his spiritual power. Even spatial power couldn't stop it. Lei Xingyang was at his most tense moment, and he didn't realize that his sea of consciousness would suddenly be attacked. He only felt a piercing pain in his soul, and he screamed in pain. After this move, it would be impossible for Lei Xingyang to condense his divine soul in the near future, unless he had soul grass that could quickly repair his divine soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao quickly swept past him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Enjoy the feast that's coming up. When Lei Xingyang saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear, he screamed again as if he had seen a ghost. His soul had already been injured, and he felt terrible. When he saw Ling Xiao, who he thought was dead, he wondered if he was hallucinating. While he was in a daze, the three-tailed bat had already arrived in front of Lei Xingyang, and its huge mouth swept past. No. Lei Xingyang felt his vision go black, and he became food in the three-tailed bat's mouth. The thunder god's body had fallen just like that. If others knew about this, they would feel sad for him. That was the thunder god's body, which was 1 in 10,000, and had the chance to become a supreme in the future. Seeing that Lei Xingyang had been swallowed by the three-tailed bat, Ling Xiao didn't plan on wasting time. He wanted to rush over to the ghost divine pond. However, he caught a glimpse of the younger generation in his clan being besieged by 2 10th-grade holy beasts. The situation was rather dangerous. Without thinking, Ling Xiao decided to help them, but before that, he had to kill the three-tailed bat. Ling Xiao turned around and fought with all his might. He mobilized the more than 100 drops of divine power in his body, and the ice and fire swords in his hands slashed at the three-tailed bat. The three-tailed bat's reaction was not slow. It tilted its body and dodged Ling Xiao's attack, and its black wings turned into sharp blades that slashed at Ling Xiao. The three-tailed bat flapped its wings with terrifying power, and the spatial energy became extremely distorted, pressing down on Ling Xiao. A peak low-tier 10th grade attack was no joke. Even ordinary god kings would not take it head-on, let alone a demigod king like Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, and he was able to dodge the three-tailed bat's attack by a fluke. However, he still felt how terrifying the spatial energy was, and he almost lost his balance. The three-tailed bat was determined to eat Ling Xiao. It shouted ferociously, "Damn human, you can't escape." It spat out a few mouthfuls of black mist energy at Ling Xiao, and its body did not stop moving. It pounced at Ling Xiao to bite him. Ling Xiao could only keep retreating. He definitely could not fight the three-tailed bat head-on. He was thinking of a plan to kill it. He would only have a chance if he summoned his divine soul. Otherwise, he would not be able to hurt the three-tailed bat. Ling Xiao increased his speed to the maximum, and his divine soul flew out of his consciousness at the same time. Ling Xiao handed the ice-fire sword to his divine soul, and he let him restrain the three-tailed bat while his real body put on a pair of gloves. The gloves were also a mid-tier divine weapon, and their power should not be underestimated. They were given to him by Qiaofeng. I'll try the dragon subduing palm's power today. Ling Xiao thought to himself, and he retreated. His divine soul was indeed a peak-low-tier divine soul, and it had been baptized in the Sea of Lightning a few days ago. Its power was not weaker than the three-tailed bat's. It was like Ling Xiao had a real clone, and it could use all of his techniques. His divine soul increased its combat power, and he waved the ice-fire sword to fight the three-tailed bat. Rumble, rumble! The battle between the man and the beast was so intense that heaven and earth were shaking. Ling Xiao's real body had already activated all of its defenses, and he was waiting for an opportunity to strike. The three-tailed bat attacked with all its might, and it did not have time to consider other people's sneak attacks. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity, and his whole body was covered with dragon scales for defense. He plunged into the three-tailed bat's protective light. Go to hell! Ling Xiao roared, and a peerless true dragon appeared. Violent palm prints blasted toward the three-tailed bat's body. Squeak, squeak. There were many palm prints on the three-tailed bat's body, and blood spurted out. It immediately let out a painful cry, and its black wings flapped toward Ling Xiao's real body. Ling Xiao's real body retreated rapidly, and his divine soul waved the ice-fire sword, which was accompanied by intense flames, at the three-tailed bat's face. The three-tailed bat could not attend to anything else, and a deep wound appeared on its face. It was in so much pain that it kept rolling around and its wings flapped blindly, and its spatial power was constantly being blown away. The ice-fire sword was a mid-tier divine artifact, but it could only leave a scar on the three-tailed bat, and could not cut it in half. However, the heavenly fire power contained in the sword force had already started to burn. The three-tailed bat was of the dark attribute, and it was most afraid of fire attribute attacks. When the heavenly fire touched its body, it was simply fatal. It could no longer care about killing Ling Xiao, and it actually adjusted its body and fled in fear. The 10th level holy beast had thick skin and flesh, and even the heavenly fire could not do anything to it immediately. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about its life, and he flew in the direction of his juniors. Now Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and Ling Yuelu were dealing with two 10th level holy beasts. Among the 16 of them, a few were already seriously injured, but fortunately, none of them had died yet. Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and Ling Yuelu were the strongest among them, and they were no weaker than Chang Haoyou and Lei Xingyang when they fought with all their might. However, it was still very difficult for them to deal with two 10th level holy beasts. Chapter 1152. The three of them activated the power of their bloodlines, so they condensed true dragon silhouettes. However, these silhouettes were a level lower than Ling Xiao's. The three of them could increase their battle prowess by 27 times, 25 times, and 24 times respectively. This increase in power was already rather terrifying. It should be pointed out that Ling Fei was only condensed from a top-notch flood dragon, so he could only increase his battle prowess by 21 times. However, it was enough for him to look down on godly kings of the same level. The three of them already had the qualifications to fight against ordinary low-level godly kings. This was also why they were the newest generation of juniors that Kim people valued more. Fortunately, their group was rather united. They did not fight alone like the others, but fought as a team. They did not abandon anyone, which allowed them to withstand the two 10th-tier holy beasts. When Ling Xiao's soul and true body arrived, Ling Muxin and Ling Yuelu were both heavily injured. Although they had the ancient emperor's divine technique to heal their injuries, their strength was already greatly reduced. One of the three-legged golden crows was spewing blazing flames at Ling Yuelu. Ling Yuelu specialized in the metal element, so she hated flames the most. Moreover, her movements were already much slower. If this continued, she would probably die. At this moment, Ling Xiao's soul descended from the sky and pushed Ling Yuelu aside. He then swung the extreme ice blade technique at the three-legged golden crow. Ice blades descended from the sky with earth-shattering might, causing the space here to collapse. The ice-cold blade energy made people feel that it was sharp and domineering. The three-legged golden crow spewed out intense flames that burned the surroundings. For a moment, Ling Xiao's soul and the three-legged golden crow were engaged in a rather intense battle. At the same time, Ling Xiao's true body also went to the other side to help Ling Muxin. He had already increased his battle prowess by 50 times and attacked the 10th tier holy beast. The dragon-subduing palm constantly struck out with dragon silhouettes. The terrifying palm imprints seemed to be able to overturn the heavens and overturn the seas. They were extremely powerful. Apart from the increase in battle prowess, Ling Xiao had also comprehended a deeper level of palm intent. His strength had already reached the level of a regular god king. These two level 10 saint beasts were not as powerful as the three-tailed bat. They had only just reached level 10 not long ago. It was not a problem for Ling Xiao to deal with them. He called out to Ling Muxin, Ling Muran and Ling Yuelu. Immediately bring the injured people into the divine pond. Those 9th level holy beasts can't do anything to you. Leave these two 10th level holy beasts to me. When the three of them saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, they were momentarily unable to tell which one was which. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Moreover, they could feel Ling Xiao's increased battle prowess and that seemingly real dragon shadow, which made them feel an urge to submit to him. After hearing Ling Xiao's shout, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately charged into the divine pond. It was not because they were not loyal, but because Ling Xiao was their senior and their leader this time. They had to obey his words. Moreover, if Ling Xiao was confident that he could escape unscathed in front of these two 10th level holy beasts, they would only be a burden if they stayed behind. Seeing that Ling Muxin and the others had already charged out a path, Ling Xiao did not want to waste his battle prowess. After his spiritual soul returned to his body, he directly used his body technique to charge into the divine pond. After shaking off the pursuit of all the holy beasts, Ling Xiao caught up with Ling Muxin and the others. Apart from them, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing were also waiting for him. Ling Xiao, are you alright? Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing, the two stunning beauties, came forward and asked in unison. The two women were taken aback at first, then they looked at each other and blushed. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Do I look like someone who is in trouble?" After a pause, he looked at Ling Muxin and the others and said, "What are you waiting for if you don't enter the divine pond now?" In front of them was the divine pond of souls that they had been yearning for. There seemed to be some kind of power here that made the holy beasts not dare to approach. Waves of faint aura rose from the clear blue divine pond, as if it was covered with a mysterious white veil, giving people a vague sense of beauty. A lot of rich origin energy was exuding here, making people feel as if they were floating in the air. There were faint signs that their strength was rising, and the souls in their sea of consciousness were jumping slightly, giving people the urge to condense their spiritual soul immediately. Many people had already dived into the divine pond, thinking of ways to condense their spiritual soul. Ling Muxin and the others did not dare to hesitate and jumped into the divine pond one after another, looking for a suitable divine pond domain for them to comprehend. At this point, no one dared to cause trouble. If someone else comprehended their spiritual soul, they would definitely be attacked by the group. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing looked at Ling Xiao's imposing manner and knew that he had made a name for himself in the Dragon Gate. Their beautiful eyes rippled with indescribable feelings. "Beauties, don't look at me like that, I'll be shy." Ling Xiao looked at the two women and teased. It was rare for the two girls to say such words, so they laughed out loud. The fullness of their chests was jiggling nonstop, looking majestic. It was truly a spectacular sight. "Your skin is as thick as a rock. Why are you blushing?" Lai Ruyu glared at Ling Xiao. Her exquisite face exuded a soul-stirring sense of beauty. She was truly as beautiful as a delicate flower. Zhou Zhijing also agreed. Little junior sister is right. She paused for a moment, then stepped forward and kissed Ling Xiao's cheek. "Thank you for saving me just now." Then she ignored Lai Ruyu and with a light step, she dived into the divine pond like a mermaid. Lai Ruyu watched this scene from the side, and immediately felt a sour feeling in her heart. Damn senior sister, she actually got here first. Lai Ruyu silently cursed in his heart. Then, without a care for anything else, he hugged Ling Xiao and fiercely sucked. Being kissed by two stunning beauties in a row made those people who had risked their lives to enter the divine pond extremely jealous. "Remember, you're mine." Lai Ruyu blushed. Halfway through her sentence, she followed Zhou Zhijing and charged into the ghost divine pond. Ling Xiao touched his face and sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do about being handsome. If other men heard this, they would definitely join forces to beat him into a pig's head. Damn it, if you're handsome, then you're handsome. Why do you have to run around and attract people's attention? Is there any justice in this world? Ling Xiao did not care about the others and rushed in a quiet direction. Finally, he soaked his body in the divine pond. The warm water of the pool made people feel comfortable and relaxed. Ling Xiao immediately relaxed, and his state of mind became much calmer. The divine soul in his sea of consciousness also became happy, and he had an urge to rush out and soak in the spring. This divine pond could allow a peak holy emperor or demigod king to condense their divine soul. However, Ling Xiao's divine soul was already formed long ago, and he could not experience the wonders of condensing one's soul. However, he knew that this water should have a certain effect on the divine soul. Perhaps it could allow his divine soul to break through the bottleneck and reach the power of a mid-level god king. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and summoned his divine soul out. Just as his flesh and divine soul soaked in the divine pond, Ling Xiao immediately had an urge to moan. The feeling of a warm current flowing through his heart simply made him feel extremely comfortable. In the divine pond, a mysterious force circled around his divine soul, strengthening his divine soul's power and cleansing his marrows again. It was as if it wanted to cleanse his body of any impurities. This was the magic of the divine pond. However, this force was not enough to improve his divine soul. It only perfected his divine soul to the great circle of a low-level god king. There was still a small barrier before he could cross over. Ling Xiao knew that this was all the divine pond could do. However, he would not let it go just like that. This was because Ling Fei once said that there might be a god spring in the divine pond, which was enough for him to step into the ranks of a true god king. However, it was definitely not easy to find the god spring. It required a lot of luck. Moreover, there were unknown dangers in the divine pond. No one dared to enter the depths of the divine pond rashly. Otherwise, it would be a one-way trip. Ling Xiao had always been clear about the principle of seeking riches from danger. Perhaps the god's spring that he needed was in the depths of the divine pond. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to search the surroundings first. If he really could not find anything, he could only head to the center of the divine pond. Ling Xiao started to walk around the divine pond, carefully observing the surroundings. At the same time, he used his divine will to scan the surroundings just in case. After Ling Xiao attained the divine soul stage, the range of his divine will had expanded greatly. Few living beings within tens of thousands of miles of him could escape his eyes and ears. Ling Xiao did not discover anything strange for the time being, so he swam in one direction. He only swam along the divine pond, not daring to head to the center of the divine pond for the time being. However, Ling Xiao had not gone far when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He saw that the surface of the divine pond was actually suffused with a blood-red color, and a faint smell of blood drifted over. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "Could there be some kind of fierce beast in the divine pond?" Ling Xiao started to worry. If there was an attack from underwater fierce beast, then these outstanding talents who were comprehending in the divine pond would probably suffer a calamity. However, before entering, Ling Xiao had heard that there would not be any danger in the periphery of the divine pond. Even the saint beasts would not attack. These were the experiences of the seniors who had entered the divine pond before, so it should not be wrong. Could it be that something has changed in the past 100 years? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was now wondering if he should give a hint to Ling Muxin, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. Otherwise, it would be such a waste if he died inexplicably before he could condense his divine soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao sensed that there was also a blood-red color appearing in another direction. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Ling Xiao stared closely at the surroundings, and his divine will began to extend into the divine pond. He had to find out what was going on. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to sense something. Without thinking, he flew up and struck out a palm in the direction of the divine pond with all his might. Rumble. Chapter 1153. The power of Ling Xiao's palm was astonishing, and it caused thousands of ripples to appear in the divine pond. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the area. The people in the pond were all startled awake, and they all leaped out of the spectral divine pond. Bastard! Who's causing trouble here? Does he want to die? Everyone, hurry up and drag him out. We have to tear him to pieces. I almost condensed a divine soul just now, and I don't know if I'll be able to grab this opportunity again. Damn it! Who's so sinister and despicable? We can't let him off. Look. It looks like that kid did it. Has he gone mad? Or is it because he can't condense a divine soul that we can't rest in peace? Don't worry about that for now. Damn it. Let's get rid of him together. The people who emerged from the divine pond were all cursing and swearing. It would be a huge taboo for anyone to be startled during an important moment of cultivation. Everyone's gazes were focused on Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. It was as if they wanted to kill him immediately to vent their hatred. Chang Haoyao was a heaven-blessed disciple of Dragon Gate, and his battle prowess was also one of the best. He had indeed almost condensed a divine soul, but after being startled by Ling Xiao, he was so frightened that he gave up on the chance to condense a divine soul. In his heart, he hated the person who had used force here. No matter who it was, he would definitely make them pay the price. However, he had never expected that the person would be from Dragon Gate, or even one of the people surnamed Ling. This made him feel even worse. They were all disciples of Dragon Gate, and he belonged to the neutral faction. He had no ill intentions towards Ling Xiao, but now, even if the Heavenly Emperor was here, he would not let him off. Ling Xiao, you bastard! Chang Haoyao roared, and his entire body burst forth with a powerful aura as he charged at Ling Xiao. He punched out with both fists. His left fist glowed with an earthen light, and his right fist glowed with a green light. The two different powers of earth and wood were blasted out at the same time, and their power was close to that of a low-level god king. Ling Xiao frowned. His figure flashed like a ghost, dodging Chang Haoyao's attack and diving into the pool. His palms once again struck out in several directions. Boom boom boom. No one understood what was going on with Ling Xiao. They were all wondering if Ling Xiao wanted to destroy the spectral divine pond, because he couldn't condense his divine soul. Chang Haoyao chased after Ling Xiao regardless of the consequences. Ling Xiao simply ignored it. Every time Chang Haoyao's attack arrived, he would already be in another direction. At this time, Ling Xiao stopped and shouted, "Enough! There's a ghost in the pond." Ling Xiao's roar contained a supreme dragon's roar, and it caused the surroundings to tremble. Chang Haoyao was originally charging at an extremely fast speed, but he was also temporarily stopped by the tremor. At this moment, more figures emerged from the bottom of the pond. The others didn't know what was going on. They looked at these people and realized that they didn't recognize any of them. They immediately realized that these people were definitely from another group of people. Just now you were the ones who launched a sneak attack under the pond, right? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he looked at the dozens of people in front of him. He already knew where these people were from. To be able to appear in the spectral divine pond, other than the people from the other Heaven Tiger domain, there couldn't be anyone else. This void chasm was originally between the Heaven Dragon domain and the Heaven Tiger domain. Therefore, when it opened, the elites from both domains would come in to condense their divine souls. The people from the two domains naturally didn't want to submit to the other. Every time it opened, there would be a lot of friction. But this time the people from the Heaven Tiger domain were extremely sinister. They actually assassinated the people from the Heaven Dragon domain, who were comprehending the divine pond. If not for Ling Xiao's discovery, the people from the Heaven Dragon domain would have suffered greatly. Haha, I didn't think that there would still be people who could sense our presence. Among those people, one of them laughed maniacally. Then he shouted, "Everyone come out and meet our friends." As his voice fell, a group of people actually swept over from a direction not far away. There were close to 400 people in this group, each of them surging forward violently, their fighting spirit awe-inspiring. The people from the Heaven Dragon domain completely didn't expect such a group of people to be hiding here. In their hearts, they already understood what was going on. Chang Haoyao couldn't be bothered with Ling Xiao's mistake, so he could only vent his anger on another group of people. "You're from the Heaven Tiger domain?" Chang Haoyao snorted coldly. "Chang Haoyao, I trust you've been well since we last met." A cold laugh came from the group of people. A sturdy man strode forward like a tiger. His entire person carried the aura of a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, giving people a great sense of oppression. "It's you, Yong!" shouted Chang Haoyou angrily with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were filled with intense hatred, as if he had met an enemy and his eyes were bloodshot. "Haha, loser, I didn't think that you would also be able to come here. I heard that you went to the Heaven Dragon domain and joined the Dragon Gate. Just nice, just nice. I, Yong, will step on you again. I'll let you know that the Dragon Gate is nothing," said the man called Yong arrogantly. Not many people knew that Chang Haoyou wasn't from the Heaven Dragon domain, but from the Heaven Tiger domain. The Heaven Tiger domain's martial art style was relatively strong, and they didn't have as many major forces as the Heaven Dragon domain. Their most powerful force was the Devil Tiger sect, and Yong in front of them was a member of the Devil Tiger sect. The nature of the Devil Tiger sect and the Dragon Gate were similar. They still had the support of an ancient family behind them, and that was the Devil Tiger clan, which was their true support. When they were young, Chang Haoyou and Yong were youths who wanted to enter the Devil Tiger sect to participate in the disciple selection. However, before Chang Haoyou entered the selection, he was provoked by Yong, who threatened that whoever lost would not be able to join the Devil Tiger sect. In the end, the two dueled. Chang Haoyou cultivated two attributes. Yong was one level lower than him, but his strength was not inferior to Yong. However, Yong used some small tricks to obtain victory. Chang Haoyou was ruthlessly humiliated by Yong and beaten half to death. When Chang Haoyou was disheartened, he met an elder who traveled to the Heaven Tiger domain and was brought to the Dragon Gate by his master to learn martial arts. Therefore, Chang Haoyou and Yong were indeed enemies. You know clearly who used despicable means. Today, I will wash away the humiliation. Chang Haoyou roared. Two swords appeared in his hands. His protective spiritual beast also appeared by his side. He was about to kill Yong. "Don't be impulsive. I will let you kill to your heart's content. First, find out what they want." Ling Xiao stopped in front of Chang Haoyou and advised, "Get out of my way." Chang Haoyou was frightened to the point of condensing his soul. Now that he met his enemy, he was extremely angry. He shouted at Ling Xiao and slashed at Ling Xiao with both swords. Ling Xiao frowned. He moved like the wind and circled behind Chang Haoyou. He patted his shoulder heavily and said, "Calm down." Ling Xiao was really angry. He wanted to forcefully suppress Chang Haoyou. These two pats contained his full strength. Chang Haoyou felt as if several mountains were pressing down on him. Even with his strength, he felt pain in his shoulder. If Ling Xiao hurt him just now, he would not have a good time. He suddenly paid more attention to Ling Xiao. He suppressed his anger and coldly snorted. He turned around and did not immediately find trouble with Yong. "Why are you scared? Or have you become this brat's follower? Trash, waste your life." Yong looked at Chang Haoyou and said disdainfully. He knew that Chang Haoyou had a short temper, so he planned to provoke him with words and then teach him a lesson. But before he could finish his words, he felt his vision blur, and an imposing aura came rushing at him. He didn't even think about it, and immediately attacked. However, what he hit was only his opponent's afterimage. Then with a paw sound his face was slapped heavily. His whole body flew to the side, and several of his front teeth fell out. At this moment, there was another person in his place. This person was Ling Xiao. This is the consequence of having a bad mouth. When did our Dragon Gate's people dare to criticize you? Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Then he said to the people behind him, "Look at the people around you. If anyone is not here, they might have been assassinated by these guys." Could it be that they want to escape from the war between the two domains? Junior brother Zhao? Junior brother Zhao, where are you? Damn it, don't tell me. Don't tell me he was really killed? Damn it, my junior sister Lian is also gone. Damn bastards. They are actually so despicable. Let's fight it out with them. The people of the Heaven Tiger region have always wanted to occupy this ghost divine pond for themselves. It seems like they are going to make their move now. We definitely can't let them succeed. No matter how much the people of the Dragon Gate shouted, they didn't immediately take action. because they were nearly twice as few as the other party. A group of people had died when they entered the void crack, and another group had died when they were attacked by the holy beasts. Now there were still many people who were blocked outside the ghost divine pond. Even if they were to fight, they would probably lose more than win. However, when they saw that Ling Xiao's slap just now was quite satisfying, they were secretly grateful to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if they were to be ambushed by the people of the Heaven Tiger region while they were condensing their souls, they would probably be wiped out in one fell swoop. Yu Yong covered his face, glared at Ling Xiao and roared, "I will definitely kill you." Just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, a person had already blocked his path and said faintly, "You are not his match, step down." Once this person spoke, Yu Yong did not dare to refute. He could only glare at Ling Xiao unwillingly, and did not say anything else. This person was very young, not even 100 years old. He was probably in his 90s, but he was already at the Demigod King realm. And he did not look like he had just entered the Demigod King realm. From his aura, he was already very close to the strength of a low-level God King. His face was resolute and cold, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore a set of black divine armor. His entire person looked majestic and extraordinary. Jiang Huahu, the new generation leader of the Devil Tiger sect, was also an outstanding descendant of the Devil Tiger race. "Your strength is not bad. As long as you are willing to submit to me and follow me, I can spare your life," Jiang Huahu said very coldly. Chapter 1154. Overbearing, arrogant. These were the best words to describe Jiang Huahu. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Ling Muxin had already rushed to the front and shouted, "Devil Tiger scum, you're really arrogant. Do you really think you can defeat us?" Ling Muxin could increase his combat strength by 27 times. Apart from Ling Xiao, he was definitely the strongest person in Dragon Gate. Even Chang Haoyao or Lei Xingyang might not be his match. Kim people's people were never afraid of others' provocation. Although Ling Muxin knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, he still wanted to stand up for Ling Xiao and shock the scene. Jiang Huahu looked down at Ling Muxin condescendingly and said, "Only trash like Kim people dares to insult our Devil Tiger clan like this. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Remember, the one who killed you is Ling Muxin." Ling Muxin exclaimed, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. A flood dragon at the peak of the 9th stage suddenly appeared and hovered around him, looking exceptionally powerful. The eyes of the heavenly dragon sect's people became filled with reverence. They were all disciples of major forces, and they knew how strong Kim people was. When Ling Muxin directly challenged Jiang Huahu, they were very confident in Ling Muxin, and believed that Ling Muxin would definitely be able to kill Jiang Huahu. "Haha, alright, I'll give you guys a chance. Whoever can win against the 10 of us in a one-on-one fight will have a chance to live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you." Jiang Huahu possessed the bloodthirsty and warlike bloodline of the Devil Tiger race. He made such a crazy decision. Then he shouted to the people behind him, "Atai, Jiang, the 9 of you fight." "Yes, boss." The 9 of them stood up together and shouted, "Atai, I'll leave this trash of Kim people to you. Remember, I only want him dead, not alive," Jiang Huahu said with a cold smile. A bald, brawny man stood up. His iron tower-like body was full of explosive power, and his arms were wrapped with thick iron chain hammers. A peak-ranked 9 Huanggang who appeared beside him, roaring non-stop. Jiang Taihu, an outstanding genius of the Devil Tiger race's branch family. His strength was second only to Jiang Huahu's. Jiang Taihu licked his lips and looked at Ling Muxin as he said, "Alright, I'll make sure he's as dead as he can be." At this time, the two groups of people retreated, making space for the two of them to fight. The people from the Sky Dragon territory had no choice for the time being. If they were to fight with the people from the Sky Tiger territory, they would be the ones who would suffer. If they could suppress these 10 people, they might have a chance to turn the situation around. Ling Muxin did not expect that Jiang Huahu would not fight but send someone else to fight him. He was very unhappy. "Let's fight. I will let you know that we, the Kim people, will always be the strongest." Ling Muxin shouted as he charged at Jiang Taihu with his golden spear and his dragon. Jiang Taihu let out a tiger-like roar and said, Bulsh asterisk T, let's see if I can kill you. The two men and two beasts collided at the same time, making earth-shattering sounds of battle. The two of them used their full strength from the beginning. Every move was executed with their full strength. The dragon-shaped tiger shadow kept churning in the sky, and the power kept splashing out. The two different powers kept colliding, and the power that could destroy the heavens and the earth was shocking and dazzling. The people from both sides were enjoying the battle. These two people were the strongest among so many people, and their battle was extremely fierce. However, the mentality of the two sides was different. The people from the Sky Dragon territory hoped that Ling Muxin would win this life and death battle, while the people from the Sky Tiger territory did not seem to be worried about winning or losing, because they had the initiative. Ling Muxin did not expect the defense of the person in front of him to be so strong that even he could not break it in a short period of time. His opponent's battle strength was also quite extraordinary, making him feel a bit of pressure. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. However, this did not mean that Ling Muxin thought that Jiang Taihu had the strength to defeat him. He could only win this battle. Ling Muxin's strength increased once again. A golden light kept flashing, and a peerless true dragon roared nonstop. It looked very mighty and extraordinary. You have no right to challenge me. Ling Muxin's battle strength increased to the extreme, and the golden light turned into shadows of true dragons that roared towards Jiang Taihu. 100 Dragons Resonance. Ling Muxin's strength had increased by many times, and had already far surpassed the power of a demigod king. Jiang Taihu knew that this move was not easy to deal with. He roared, and balls of yellow dipper appeared on his body. His defense kept increasing, and at the same time he slashed out with the divine weapon in his hand. Tiger Shield Punishment Kill. Rumble rumble rumble. The powerful moves clashed, and produced a shocking explosion. The golden dragon roared, and the yellow tiger was bloodthirsty. A dragon and a tiger fought fiercely, and waves of dazzling yellow light were released. In the end, the peerless true dragon still suppressed the yellow tiger in terms of strength, and it ruthlessly bit the yellow tiger. The two of them temporarily separated. Ling Muxin's body was covered in wounds, and the golden light kept flowing. His breathing was ragged and messy. Fortunately, he had the help of the ancient Emperor Divine Technique, and his wounds gradually recovered. Jiang Taihu's injuries were much more serious than Ling Muxin's. There were many bloody holes on his body, and one of his hands was crippled, and a lot of blood was flowing out. When the people of the Sky Dragon district saw this, they could not help but exclaim, as if they had won the battle themselves. However, the heavily injured Jiang Taihu did not show any signs of fear. Instead, his eyes turned red, and waves of murderous intent rose nonstop. Tiger Shield Qi. This was the demonic tiger clan's unique method to increase battle strength. It could allow any member of the demonic tiger clan to enter a state of frenzy and bloodthirsty, and they would be able to display extraordinary battle strength. It was as if Jiang Taihu was possessed, and he kept attacking Ling Muxin with the divine weapon in his hand. Waves of invisible tiger shield qi caused people to feel terrified, and their strength was greatly reduced. If it was an ordinary demigod king, they would be scared out of their wits. However, as a member of the Kim people, Ling Muxin knew a lot about the demonic tiger clan. Moreover, many of their seniors were enemies with the demonic tiger clan, so he was naturally not afraid of the tiger shield qi. It was just that it was much more difficult to deal with it than before. Trash from the Kim people, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Jiang Taihu activated all his murderous intent, and he became reckless. He used his most powerful move, and was ready to fight to the death with Ling Muxin. Ling Muxin also sensed how terrifying Jiang Taihu's move was. He did not care about anything else, and once again raised his battle strength to its peak, vowing to stab Jiang Taihu with his spear, between life and death in one move. Everyone was staring intently at this moment. No one wanted their side to lose. Rumble rumble. The two moves forcefully collided, and once again set off a yellow wave of air. Everyone thought that this move would last for a while before the final victor could be decided. However, during this clash, the power of the golden dragon instantly suppressed the power of the yellow tiger. The ferocious yellow tiger seemed to have turned into a sick cat in an instant, and was directly bitten to death by the golden dragon. Jiang Taihu's body had already been pierced through several large holes, and his internal organs had all rotted away. A large pool of blood splattered everywhere, and his lifeless eyes were wide open, as if they were filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. Ling Muxin panted heavily. His battle strength had also become much weaker. However, he was puzzled as to why Jiang Taihu suddenly showed signs of stopping, allowing him to succeed in one move. Could it be that he was already at the end of his strength? Ling Muxin wondered in his heart. In this battle, Ling Muxin was the winner. The people of the Divine Tiger region did not have any expression of mourning. However, Jiang Huahu's expression became somewhat gloomy. He sneered and said, "Very good, as expected of a race that is on par with my clan. However, Atai is just a branch of our clan. Even if you win against him, it's nothing. We still have 9 battles on our side. Jiang, come out." Jiang Xianghu was a man who looked extremely weak. His entire body was somewhat pale and sickly, but he also had the strength of a demigod king. His gentle eyes revealed a strong sense of bloodthirst at all times. He played with a short dagger in his hand, looking very casual, as if he had long felt that victory was already in his grasp. Jiang Xianghu lightly licked his lips and said coldly, "Which one of you is going to fight? Why don't all of you come at me together? I don't mind sending all of you to see the king of hell." This was another arrogant person. Ling Muxin coldly snorted and said, "Why let others come? I'll kill all 10 of you by myself." Ling Muxin wanted to fight again, but Ling Muren stopped him in advance and said, "Let me fight this battle." After saying that, he rushed towards Jiang Xianghu. The golden light began to flicker non-stop, and the shadow of a peerless true dragon that was no weaker than Ling Muxin's appeared. Kim people's ancient emperor divine technique focused on offense and defense. Ling Muren could increase his combat power by 25 times, which was no joke. He was no weaker than any low-level god king. His physical body was also strong, but it was only at the level of a sacred artifact. It could not be compared to a divine artifact. Even so, the momentum that he created was no less than Ling Muxin's. Jiang Xianghu was not an earth elemental like Jiang Taihu, but a wind elemental. A wind-toothed tiger appeared behind him, and his protective spiritual beast was also a wind-toothed tiger sacred beast that was infinitely close to rank 10. Ling Muren's combat power was extraordinary. After increasing his strength, his speed was naturally much faster than before. However, Jiang Xianghu seemed to have comprehended the elementary realm of the movement technique, and Ling Muren could not find him. In the next moment, Jiang Xianghu appeared behind Ling Muren and sneered, "I will let you have a taste of death." The dagger in his hand mercilessly stabbed into Ling Muren's shoulder. Ah! This dagger was a divine tool that could cut through iron like mud. Even if Ling Muren's defense was strong, he could not withstand it, and a bloody hole appeared on his back. Ling Muren immediately counterattacked, but it failed to touch the corner of Jiang Xianghu's clothes. Jiang Xianghu unexpectedly appeared in front of Ling Muren again, and stabbed the dagger again and again. Pfft. Ling Muren's strong defense was useless, and blood kept spurting out from the bloody holes. Ling Muren kept retreating, and he seemed to be a little panicked. "Muren, calm your mind, and use silence to fight," Ling Muxin reminded Ling Muren. After receiving Ling Muxin's reminder, Ling Muren quickly restrained his mind. While recovering from his injuries, he spread out his divine telekinesis, trying to lock on Jiang Xianghu's figure as soon as possible. Chapter 1155. Ling Muren had no choice but to be on the defensive, and he could not use his strength at all. However, his wholehearted defense reduced a lot of damage. He had the ancient emperor's divine exercise to increase his combat power, and his speed was definitely not slow. When he calmed down, he could catch Jiang Xianghu's traces, but he was always a little bit away from hurting his opponent. Jiang Xianghu could calmly arrange a new round of attacks, but Ling Muren could only passively fight back. Jiang Xianghu was best at the cold divine dagger. As the saying goes, 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, and 1 inch shorter, 1 inch more dangerous. This cold divine weapon had unimaginable danger, and it was impossible to guard against it. Jiang Xianghu stimulated the most powerful power of this short dagger, and a series of dagger shadows like poisonous snakes kept stabbing towards Ling Muren's vital points. His forehead, eyes, throat, heart, genitals, and many other vital points were attacked by Jiang Xianghu again and again. The short dagger seemed to turn into a storm, dazzling people. There was no need to defend. Ling Muren had already tried his best to dodge, but he still felt that death had passed him by. The people of the Sky Dragon region were extremely nervous. Are we going to lose this battle? He's one of the Kim people. Aren't they invincible? So what if he's from the Kim people? The Demon Tiger clan is said to be the most powerful existence in the Sky Tiger region. The Kim people are evenly matched with them. If they want to fight to the death, no one can win. That's right. The Kim people can increase their combat power, but the Demon Tiger clan also seems to have this ability. It's just that the increase in combat power is not so terrifying. However, this person in front of us has the wind attribute, and he has some body techniques. With this speed alone, it's natural for him to temporarily gain the upper hand. No matter what, I still hope that the Kim people can win this battle. It was normal for the people of the Sky Dragon region to hope that Ling Muren would win, but the people of the Sky Tiger region all had a smug smile on their faces, as if they had already seen that Jiang Xianghu would definitely win. Haha, the blood of the Kim people is really comparable to a saint elixir. I can feel my blood boiling just by drinking it. Jiang Xianghu licked the golden blood on his dagger and sneered. Go to hell. Ling Muren was so angry that he almost went crazy. He stirred the golden spear in his hand and attacked with all his strength. A terrifying peerless true dragon appeared in the sky and charged directly at Jiang Xianghu. This was Ling Muren's most powerful attack. If he still couldn't defeat Jiang Xianghu, there was no other way. Jiang Xianghu also realized the dreadfulness of Ling Muren's move. His strength was much weaker than Ling Muren's, so it was not suitable for him to fight with Ling Muren head-on. The only way was to avoid Ling Muren's attack first, and then turn around to give Ling Muren a fatal blow. Jiang Xianghu was prepared to push his movement technique to the extreme. No matter what, he had to avoid this move first. However, just as his body was about to move, a swarm of soul needles attacked his consciousness. Ah! As he screamed, Ling Muren's golden dragon's power roared and rushed to him, drowning him completely. Boom! The people of the Heaven Tiger territory were shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Xianghu, who was unparalleled in speed, couldn't dodge Ling Muren's attack. How is this possible? Jiang Huahu exclaimed in his heart. His tiger eyes were bursting with a sharp light, as if he wanted to figure out what was going on. Ling Muren's attack was successful, but he didn't stop because he didn't know whether Jiang Xianghu was dead or not. He shouted and gathered his power again. One after another, golden dragon shadows bombarded Jiang Xianghu's direction. He only stopped when his power was almost exhausted. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. A person of the Heaven Tiger territory finally couldn't help but shout and rush toward Ling Muren. However, before she could attack, she was held down by Jiang Huahu. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge Jiang. We, the Devil Tiger clan, can still afford to lose. It had to be said that Jiang Huahu was really a madman. He clearly had the advantage in numbers and could destroy the people of the Sha Tian Dragon territory, but he made this life and death competition and lost 2 of their generals. By the time the attack landed, Jiang Xianghu had already been sent flying to God knows where. Even his corpse had been blown to smithereens. No one expected that Jiang Xianghu, who had the upper hand all the time, would be defeated just like that. The people of the Sky Dragon territory felt that it was very unreal, but the truth was in front of them, and they could be considered to have seen the powerful existence of the Kim people. As for the disciples of the Dragon Gate, they were all proud, and their faces were full of joy. Only a few were not convinced. Chang Haoya was already awe-inspiring. When he saw that the next one to fight was actually Yu Yong, he immediately jumped out and shouted, I will fight this battle. Just now, Yu Yong was slapped by Ling Xiao, and his anger was already unbearable. Now that he saw his old opponent jump out, he immediately said coldly, Loser, I will kill you today. Yu Yong was not a member of the Devil Tiger clan, but he was the most outstanding true disciple of the Devil Tiger sect, and his battle power was not inferior to Chang Haoya. When he was young, Yu Yong was indeed a bit higher than Chang Haoyou in terms of realm, and Chang Haoyou cultivated two attributes at the same time. Tenbin was also not weak. If not for Yu Yong using some tricks, it would be difficult for him to win against Chang Haoyou. Now that the two's battle power was equal, Chang Haoyou naturally had full confidence to take down Yu Yong. The two were evenly matched, and the battle situation was not the slightest bit more intense than the previous two battles. Every move was executed with all their strength, wanting to kill the other party. Yu Yong, you are dead today. Chang Haoyou still remembered the humiliation he received when he was young. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. He grasped a slight opening in Yu Yong's defense and closed in on him. The two swords in his hands simultaneously slashed, wanting to cut Yu Yong in half. However, when Chang Haoyou closed in, Yu Yong revealed a cold smile. He was precisely waiting for Chang Haoyou to deliver himself to his doorstep. Just as Chang Haoyou was about to reach Yu Yong, a black mist instantly exploded. Bang! Chang Haoyou's expression instantly changed. He wanted to retreat, but he was already half a step too late, and was entangled by the black mist. Origin Poison Chi. Chang Haoyou only felt dizzy. Even with his strength, he was actually unable to suppress the poison chi. Haha, that's right, the one who will die today will be you. You will always be my defeated opponent. Yu Yong very straightforwardly laughed. Despicable and shameless. Heavenly Dragon Domain's people already started cursing. Who would have thought that Yu Yong did not have the slightest bit of demeanor of an expert? He actually used the origin poison chi. This was an existence that even a god king would not be able to endure. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Chang Haoyou did not expect his old opponent to be so despicable. Knowing that it would be difficult to expel the poison chi from his body, he simply ignored it and attacked Yu Yong with his most powerful attack. Earth and wood energy intertwined with each other and burst forth. Two sword beams intertwined, forming a two-colored giant scissors that slashed towards Yu Yong. Before Chang Haoyou was hit, the poison had already quickly spread throughout his body. Although this attack contained his full strength, its power had already decreased by a lot. It was naturally not difficult for Yu Yong to dodge it. However, at this time, he was the same as Jiang Xianghu. He only felt pain in his sea of consciousness and let out a miserable shriek. His body stopped in place and was immediately bombarded by the two swords. Bastard! Jiang Huahu sensed that the situation had changed and shouted in alarm. He finally could not help but take action to save Yu Yong. However, someone blocked in front of him and said, "This battle is not over yet. Do you want to break the rules?" It was precisely because of this person that Jiang Huahu lost the opportunity to save Yu Yong. Yu Yong's head was sent flying by Chang Haoyou's two swords, blood spraying everywhere. Chang Haoyou was relying on his last bit of strength to hold on. Now that the origin poison chi had completely erupted, his body had become rotten and swollen. It looked like he would die soon. The people from Dragon Gate wanted to go and save him, but no one dared to touch the origin poison chi. Even if they were friends, they could not afford to lose their lives. However, at this moment, the figure of the person who had stopped Jiang Huahu flickered and gently scratched Yu Yong's corpse. He took out Yu Yong's spatial ring and scanned it with his divine sense. A pill appeared in his hand. Jiang Huahu was furious to the extreme. "How dare you take Yu Yong's space ring in front of me? Duh." A black tiger emblem appeared in Jiang Huahu's hand. He waved it with his bare hands and launched an attack that was already comparable to a low-level god king towards that person. Rumble! A powerful force exploded, and the resulting destructive power was astonishing. The two groups of people trembled in fear. Ling Muxin, Ling Muran, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They all stared in that direction, hoping that the person would be fine. When the black force dissipated, they found that there was no one left in the same place. Just when everyone thought that person had died, in another direction, another person had already hugged Chang Haoyou, whose body was festering. At this time, that person also stuffed a pill into Chang Haoyou's mouth. It turned out that that person was not dead, but had gone to the other side to save others. After Chang Haoyou took the pill, the origin poison in his body gradually disappeared. Needless to say, This pill was the real divine pill. That person gave Chang Haoyou a few drops of holy liquid to help him recover from his injuries. After detoxifying the poison and taking the holy liquid, Chang Haoyou immediately regained some consciousness. When he saw the person who saved him, a trace of gratitude flashed across his face. Many thanks. Junior brother Ling Xiao. That's right, the person who helped Chang Haoyou just now was Ling Xiao. And the previous 2 battles were also because of Ling Xiao's intervention that they were able to win. Ling Xiao carried Chang Haoyou back to the side of the Dragon Gate people and said, "We are all fellow disciples of the same sect. There is no need to say such polite words." Chang Haoyou was powerless to say anything, but his eyes were filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Then Ling Xiao handed Chang Haoyou to the hands of a Ling family disciple and asked him to take care of Chang Haoyou. In the past, the Ling family disciples would not be polite to their fellow disciples, but Ling Xiao was their great-uncle, so they naturally did not dare to go against his wishes. We, the Dragon Gate, are the representatives of the Sky Dragon region. We must all work together and not let others see us as a joke. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said firmly. Chapter 1156. Not many people knew who Ling Xiao was. Even the Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples didn't know about him. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated One Tail in the sect, most of these true disciples had been in seclusion and rarely paid attention to these matters of jealousy. However, when they entered the crack in the void, they all knew of the existence of Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao had suddenly used the Holy Sun Fist when Su Tian was fighting Ba Zhongxing. He had displayed the fist intent to the fullest, allowing Su Tian to feel the fist intent on a deeper level. In the end, he had made a shocking reversal and defeated Ba Zhongxing, who was stronger than him. Now the people of the Sun Moon sect were also staring at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had long known that Dragon Gate was fighting internally, but no matter what the reason was, as a member of Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao had to do something within his power to change something. He had saved Chang Haoyou because of this, and now he was saying this for the sake of the overall situation of the sect. If Heavenly Dragon Sect continues to compete generation after generation, sooner or later they will be destroyed in one day. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to use his own strength to completely suppress these outstanding young talents. At the same time, he wanted to let them know that fellow disciples had to help each other. Yes, great uncle. Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and the others said respectfully to Ling Xiao. They all knew that Ling Xiao's bloodline had long been activated to the peak, and even they couldn't compare. Moreover, Ling Xiao had defeated One Tail at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, proving his strength. Moreover, before entering the Ghost Divine Pond, Ling Xiao had displayed his full strength and blocked 2 10th-level holy beasts for them, which made them respect him even more. Alright, all of you, stay alert. There might be a fierce battle later, Ling Xiao said as he glanced at them. Then, he turned around and dashed towards Jiang Huahu, who was on the verge of going berserk. However, just as Ling Xiao arrived in front of Jiang Huahu, another figure flew out and shouted, "Let me take your place in this battle." The person who came was none other than the leader of the Sun Sect, Su Tian, whom Ling Xiao had taught the state of fist intent. Su Tian looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. In the Sky Dragon district, apart from the Sun Sect, no one else knew how to practice the Holy Sun Fist. However, the person in front of him was a member of the Dragon Gate. He actually knew the Holy Sun Fist, and had already comprehended the fist intent to an unimaginable level. This was hard to imagine. He even suspected that Ling Xiao had dealt with a true disciple of the Sun Sect, and learned the chant of the Holy Sun Fist from him. Of course, it was only a suspicion. He didn't have the time to pursue this matter. It doesn't matter if you guys are in a hurry to die, but I want to know if you were the one who shot me just now. Jiang Huahu had already lost his patience. After losing 3 great generals in a row, he decided to fight this battle personally to boost his morale. At the same time, he noticed the strangeness of losing 3 rounds in a row. He stared at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. How arrogant. I alone am enough to take you down. Although the reputation of the Sun Moon sect couldn't be compared to that of the Dragon Gate, Su Tian had just deepened his comprehension of the state of fist intent. His battle prowess had already multiplied, and he was confident that he could fight against Jiang Huahu. Just when he was about to make a move, Ling Xiao forcefully pressed down on his shoulder and said, "Back off. You are not his opponent." Su Tian wanted to refute, but he felt the strong pressure from Ling Xiao's palm. He didn't say another word and obediently retreated. What kind of person is he? Su Tian thought to himself in shock. No matter what, he was the leader of the new generation of the Sun Moon sect. His cultivation of Tenbin and battle prowess were not inferior to anyone in the Dragon Gate. Moreover, his strength had greatly improved. But just now he was still suppressed by Ling Xiao to the point that he couldn't breathe. Only now did he really pay attention to Ling Xiao. Maybe Ling Xiao was really much stronger than him. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Huahu coldly. Provoking a war between two regions, your ambitions aren't small at all. I just hope that your ambitions are equal to your strength, and that you don't lose again. Otherwise, you'll have to find an excuse to say that someone else shot you in the back. Did you see it with your own eyes? It was obviously your people who were not strong enough, and you still have the nerve to show off here. Ha, good. You really have guts. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Jiang Huahu laughed wildly. Whether you kill nameless people or not has nothing to do with me. Tell your people to come together, so that you don't waste everyone's time. Ling Xiao contemptuously said. Another person with boundless arrogance. As soon as Ling Xiao said this sentence appeared in everyone's mind. Those who could be here were all outstanding talents of their respective forces. Their strength was about the same. Even if they were stronger than their opponents, it wouldn't be by too much. Ling Xiao planned to fight 7 people alone. This courage was indeed strong, but at the same time, it also made people feel that he was really arrogant. Jiang Huahu took a light breath. He pointed at Ling Xiao with the tiger hui in his hand and sneered. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I hope your strength is as arrogant as yours. As his voice fell, a 10th order black demon tiger appeared beside Jiang Huahu. The black demon tiger looked up to the sky and roared, causing many holy beasts to tremble, giving them an impulse to surrender. The king of beasts, the black demon tiger, was a top-notch existence among the many tiger breeds. It was second only to the white tiger divine beast, and was comparable to the heaven tiger. No one expected that Jiang Huahu would actually bring along a 10th order spiritual beast to protect himself. This was going to be troublesome. Under normal circumstances, it was already very impressive for a demigod king to have a 9th order peak stage holy beast. It was not easy to find a 10th order existence. In the Sky Dragon domain, no one had a 10th order holy beast. Just this 10th order holy beast alone was enough to give many people a headache. Moreover, this was not an ordinary 10th order holy beast. It was an existence with super strong attack power. They could only hope that Ling Xiao also had a 10th order holy beast. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely lose. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He did not expect this fellow to actually bring out a 10th order holy beast. Looks like I can't even have a proper fight. Do you really want me to kill you instantly? Ling Xiao said regretfully. He could sense that Jiang Huahu's strength was very powerful. It was possible that he had already achieved divine soul like him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to detect that it was him who made a move secretly earlier. Ling Xiao originally wanted to have a proper fight with Jiang Huahu, but the other party already brought out a 10th order holy beast. Unless he summoned his divine soul too, the 3 spiritual beasts in his medicinal cauldron had not matured yet. It was impossible to summon them out to die in vain. Don't need to worry. It's just holding the line for me. Your people come together too. This battle should end too. Jiang Huahu revealed incomparably powerful confidence as he said. Ling Xiao did not expect Jiang Huahu to be so arrogant. Looks like the other party was also a rather confident person. Since that's the case, then cut the crap. I hope you don't regret your decision. Ling Xiao saw that Jiang Huahu had no intention of letting his holy beast fight. Then he would just have a good time with him. It was rare for him to encounter an evenly matched opponent. Ling Xiao would not let it go. The most outstanding freaks in the 2 camps finally had the most intense collision. Jiang Huahu held a black tiger emblem in his hand, dressed in black divine armor. His entire person was shrouded in black qi, as if a demon king was reborn, his aura awe-inspiring and threatening. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was dressed in a fluttering white robe, holding the ice and fire sword in his hand. A supreme sovereign's might suddenly appeared, carrying an aura that looked down on the world. Very mighty and extraordinary. Ling Xiao was not courteous with Jiang Huahu and took the initiative to launch an attack. Extreme Ice Saber Art. This was the saber technique that Ling Xiao had just learned for 2 years. The saber force was boundless, the cold air pressing, freezing 10,000 miles. Jiang Huahu's black tiger emblem spun. A black tiger king suddenly appeared, directly shaking until ice fragments splattered everywhere. "You're not Kim People's man?" Jiang Huahu shouted in surprise. Jiang Huahu thought that the person who stood out was Kim People's man. Otherwise, why would Kim People and the others listen to him so obediently? However, the elemental power that he was using was ice. This was definitely not something that a direct descendant of Kim People could use. They were all metal elemental, unless the person in front of him was a collateral descendant of the Ling family. However, how could a collateral descendant make a direct descendant obedient? It doesn't matter if I'm Kim People's man or not, as long as I can defeat you. Ling Xiao sneered, his entire body bursting with extremely cold air again. Countless saber auras slashed in the air. Each saber contained a powerful force. Ordinary demigod kings would not be able to withstand it. Jiang Huahu was able to become the leader of the younger generation in the Tianhu territory. His strength was naturally extraordinary. He directly clashed head-on with Ling Xiao, blocking Ling Xiao's saber force one by one, and at the same time, retaliated fiercely. The ferocious black tigers glared at him with endless power, displaying their king's might. "If that's all you have, I'll be very disappointed," Jiang Huahu said calmly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure instantly changed. 108 figures appeared from all directions, attacking Jiang Huahu with the momentum of lightning. Facing the overwhelming attack, Jiang Huahu smiled with some interest for the first time. Insignificant skill. As soon as he said that, Jiang Huahu also used a magnificent move. 108 black demon tigers charged towards Ling Xiao's figure in different directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle between the two powerhouses caused powerful sparks to fly. Su Tian looked at the ice attribute that Ling Xiao used, and he was even more puzzled. He clearly knows my sect's Holy Sun Fist. Why is he using the ice attribute? Could it be that he cultivates both ice and fire? Sure enough, as Su Tian was lost in his thoughts, balls of fire swords burst out, and tens of thousands of sword rays slashed all the black demon tigers into nothingness. Jiang Huahu was also shocked by Ling Xiao's sudden change. However, this was not enough to frighten him. So he cultivates both ice and fire. No wonder he has the ability to be arrogant. Jiang Huahu thought to himself, and his strength gradually increased. Tiger killing chi. The Demon Tiger clan's unique battle chi. Not only could it increase one's combat strength, but it could also make people feel fear. Jiang Huahu did not plan to drag it out with Ling Xiao, so he used all his strength to attack, wanting to end the battle early. Tiger Ferocious Execution Chaos. Chapter 1157. Tiger Execution Ferocious Chaos. A black demon tiger pounced forward, as if it had been starving for several days. Its long fangs contained a murderous intent, and it carried a strong sense of hostility and bloodlust as it pounced towards Ling Xiao. This move was accompanied by a strong murderous aura that directly attacked the hearts of the onlookers. Everyone in the surroundings felt the impact that came from the depths of their souls. One by one, they retreated quite a bit, and their faces turned pale. They were all geniuses with extraordinary mental fortitude, but in the face of this murderous aura, they were still shaken. It was clear that Jiang Huahu's murderous aura had reached an extreme level. Ling Xiao was also startled by the formless murderous aura. It was as if the black demon tiger before him was a real existence. The murderous aura, hostility, evil, murderous intent, and a series of other negative emotions pressed down on him. No one would be able to withstand it. However, how could Ling Xiao be compared to an ordinary person? He had experienced countless life and death situations. If he had been scared out of his wits by this black demon tiger, he would not have achieved what he had today. Before the black demon tiger's power reached him, Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. Roar! A terrifying sound wave that shook the heavens and the earth rushed towards the black demon tiger, and the black demon tiger was actually shattered into pieces. Jiang Huahu, who was preparing to attack continuously, was also shaken to the point that his eardrums were in pain. However, he did not reveal any flaws because of this. Instead, he took the opportunity to retreat some distance to prevent Ling Xiao from counterattacking. Dragon's Tenbin magic ability, Dragon Roar. Jiang Huahu secretly thought to himself. He had thought that Ling Xiao was not a true descendant of the Kim people, but now that Ling Xiao had used Dragon Roar, he became even more confused. In the end, he believed that Ling Xiao had refined the blood essence of other dragons, and that the Dragon Roar Tenbin that he had comprehended had little to do with the metal attribute. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Come, let me experience the power of the Devil Tiger sect. Ling Xiao's speed became unpredictable. Although he didn't use his movement technique, his speed of the wind attribute was enough to make him look down on everyone. The ice and fire sword in his hand continued to slash out. Sometimes it was ice, sometimes it was fire. Two completely different forces attacked Jiang Huahu from both sides. It was truly impossible to guard against. Jiang Huahu exclaimed. As you wish. Jiang Huahu's strength increased explosively. His entire body was shrouded in black mist, and a pair of black wings actually grew out from his back. Demonic Tiger Heavenly Wings. The Devil Tiger sect's Tenbin divine ability. This pair of black wings could increase Jiang Huahu's speed, making him as fast as Ling Xiao's wind attribute. This was the true reliance of the Devil Tiger sect, and only direct descendants or people with rich bloodlines could produce it. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Huahu in astonishment, then revealed a stern look of battle intent as he muttered. This is more interesting. The two of them collided, and three different kinds of power shook the space in the area, causing it to collapse. It also forced the onlookers to retreat far away. The two of them had far surpassed the demigod king realm, and it was already no different from the mid-level low-level god kings. The onlookers were speechless. These two are too insane. Is this power really something a demigod king can possess? Their foundations are quite solid, and their strength is not something anyone can compare to. Once they become god kings, there will definitely be a place for them in the Senjin of Goguryeo in the future, and they will definitely be at the top. That Ling Xiao doesn't just cultivate the ice and fire dual cultivation. His speed is shockingly fast. Could it be that he cultivates the wind attribute? The experts of the Devil Tiger sect are indeed not to be underestimated. That Devil Tiger Heavenly Wings speed is unparalleled. It seems like it's hard to say who is stronger. Ling Xiao's extreme ice saber technique and sky-scorching sword technique were constantly changing, and the attacks came wave after wave, overwhelming the onlookers. The two completely different forces were equally unbearable, as if they were in a world of ice and fire. Jiang Huahu's strength was extraordinary, but he also felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, Ling Xiao's speed was unpredictable, and he left many sword marks on his divine armor, which made him very angry. He was one of the princes of the Devil Tiger clan, and he was destined to be promoted to a crown prince in the future. How could he be injured by a nobody like this? The divine skill that Jiang Huahu cultivated was definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao's saber sword technique. Under his tiger aura, many black energies transformed into black demon tigers that charged out, and the tiger baleful qi increased its killing power. Furthermore, his pair of Devil Tiger Heavenly Wings allowed him to catch up to Ling Xiao's speed without a problem. At the same time that Ling Xiao caused Jiang Huahu to suffer, he was also struck by Jiang Huahu's tiger aura a few times. Fortunately, the tiger aura did not directly hit his body, and only the force of the attack came crashing over. With his physical body that was comparable to a divine artifact, he was still able to withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would probably die immediately. The more Jiang Huahu fought, the more irritated he became. His strength had already risen to 80%, and even if it was Ling Muxin who was fighting with Jiang Taihu earlier, he was confident that he could take him down with this strength. However, he was unable to do anything to the brat in front of him, which made him feel very depressed. I admit that you are much stronger than those other trash. Let me ask you again, as long as you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you can die right now. Jiang Huahu asked coldly. I will also return these words to you. Submit to me and I will spare your life. Ling Xiao replied, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Huahu said coldly, and his strength finally increased by another level. Tiger roar world. A sound wave that was not inferior to a dragon's roar rushed out. A peerless ferocious tiger was born. Its might shook the world, and all beasts submitted to it. The terrifying might of the tiger was definitely 2 or 3 times stronger than any of his previous moves. Its strength was close to the peak of low-level God King. This part of the world was shaken violently like a tsunami. The huge ferocious tiger carried a thick blood qi, which made people tremble in fear. Ling Xiao was caught off guard, and his movements became slightly sluggish. Immediately after, he was swallowed by this peerless ferocious tiger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ferocious tiger continued to wreak havoc in all directions, shaking the space here several times. Granduncle. The people of Kim people could not help but exclaim when they saw such a terrible destructive force. A few of them wanted to go forward to help Ling Xiao, but they were stopped by Ling Muxin. Don't worry, Granduncle has not done his best yet, Ling Muxin said. When Ling Muxin said this, everyone remembered that Ling Xiao had not used the ancient Emperor Divine technique yet, and their hearts calmed down a lot. Chang Haoyou, who was next to Ling Muxin and the others, was shocked when he heard them call Ling Xiao Granduncle. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a high status in the Kim people, but Ling Xiao was still so young. It seems that Ling Xiao is a monster that the Kim people have hidden. Chang Haoyou thought to himself. Lai Rui and Zhou Zhijing, who were not far away, had their hearts in their throats. Their faces were full of worry, and they could not wait to rush up to help Ling Xiao. But they knew that such impulsiveness would not help. If anything happens to Ling Xiao, Lai Ruyu, will wipe out the demonic tiger clan one day. Lai Ruyu bit her lips and swore. She had the body of the fire god. As long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely be able to advance to the supreme level in the future. She made such a heavy oath, and it was definitely not nonsense. The others also thought that Ling Xiao was really going to die. With such a terrible attack, even if the people present were wearing divine armors, they did not have the confidence to escape. However, at this time another terrible sound wave rushed out, followed by a mighty golden dragon soaring into the sky. The dragon's body was hundreds of meters long. The pair of bell-like mighty dragon eyes, and the purple golden dragon aura, all gave off a terrible divine power that was hard to shake. The aura that lingered around the dragon forced the bodies of the others to lower a lot. They all had the feeling of a subject meeting a king, and they wanted to bow down and worship it. This is the movement caused by the ancient Emperor Divine technique of the Kim people. Could it be that that person is really one of the Kim people's people? But just now he used the ice and fire attribute. Could it be that he is still hiding the metal attribute? There's no way I'm wrong. This golden dragon is even more frightening than the one used by the 2 gold race members. Just what kind of monster is this guy? This aura is too frightening. It seems that we still have a chance of winning this battle at the edge of the Sky Dragon domain. As long as we take down the leader of the demonic tiger clan, I believe that the others will not dare to act recklessly. That's right, Ling Xiao had not used his full strength. To be precise, he had only used 70% of his strength. His conception, his combat prowess, and his trump cards had not been fully revealed yet. Now that Ling Xiao had forcefully dispersed Jiang Huahu's powerful move, his entire body rose into the air, flashing with golden light and the roar of the dragon's shadow. He looked especially mighty and extraordinary. At this time, the ice and fire sword in his hand had already disappeared, but a pair of golden gloves had already been put on his hands. Hee, come on, now I will let you see my true combat power. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure immediately disappeared. When Jiang Huahu wanted to sense Ling Xiao's existence, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside him. Bang bang. Ling Xiao mercilessly slapped Jiang Huahu's body. The power of the dragon subduing palm was not ordinary, and it directly cracked Jiang Huahu's divine armor. Jiang Huahu could not withstand the terrifying impact, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Jiang Huahu wanted to reorganize his formation, Ling Zhao's palm shadows had already covered the sky and the earth and slapped towards him. Jiang Huahu had no time to react at all, and he was immediately drowned by the palm shadows. At this time, the people of the Heaven Tiger domain finally moved. Jiang Huahu was the strongest existence in their hearts, but now he was actually being suppressed by someone else. They could not even wrap their heads around it. Damn it, Demon Tiger, come over here. Jiang Huahu could only feel the pain from the beating. His internal organs had already been shaken to the point of dislocation. If this went on, he was afraid that he would die. He could only use his remaining consciousness to summon his protective spiritual beast over. He had to catch his breath first before reorganizing his formation. The black demon tiger, who had been staying nearby, finally made its move. It roared, its voice shaking thousands of miles. It turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The speed of a 10th-order holy beast was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head, its terrifying mouth already enveloping Ling Xiao. Chapter 1158. The black demon tiger was incomparably ferocious, and the baleful aura it emitted was even more hair-raising. That sinister mouth was filled with a thick bloodlust, and those long fangs were even more chilling. An ordinary person would have their legs go soft in front of such a terrifying saint beast. But would Ling Xiao back down? That was simply a joke. He wasn't the type that could be considered stout, but his courage was definitely much greater than an ordinary person's. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to use his divine sense to deal with the black demon tiger, but after thinking about it, he decided to hide it a little longer. Perhaps Jiang Huahu still had some tricks up his sleeves. Ling Xiao's figure flickered, dodging the black demon tiger's attack. The black demon tiger didn't immediately chase after him. Instead, it stayed by Jiang Huahu's side to prevent others from launching a sneak attack. Jiang Huahu's appearance was a bit miserable. His divine armor was already mostly tattered, and palm prints covered it. He looked exceptionally battered and exhausted. His hair was a mess, and there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Even his black wings had been broken, and he no longer had the slightest bit of his previous domineering and arrogant appearance. Didn't I tell your people to come at me together? Do you regret it now? Your meager skills are nothing in front of me. Ling Xiao shrugged with a smile. Even if the other party had an army of thousands, Ling Xiao wasn't necessarily afraid of them. If he couldn't beat them, could it be that he couldn't escape? Jiang Huahu really wanted to vomit blood. He had always believed that it was difficult to find an opponent in the same realm as him, but now such a fellow had appeared. He was completely helpless against him, and his confidence had suffered a setback for the first time. A few people from the Heavenly Tiger territory stepped forward, and one of them said to Jiang Huahu, "Prince, why don't we all attack together and kill them?" Jiang Huahu took a deep breath, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Do you think I'm inferior to him? That person took a step back from Jiang Huahu's glare, and he nervously said, "And no. All of you stand down." Jiang Huahu waved his hand and then added, "Listen to my orders at any time." The men responded with a few terrified noises, and then retreated. Jiang Huahu did not let his black demon tiger attack. Instead, he used his unique divine art to recover from his injuries. At the same time, he stared at Ling Xiao and said, "I admit that you are very strong, but you will still lose to me." "Thanks for the compliment. Actually, I'm just so. It's just that you're too trashy." Ling Xiao smiled modestly. Jiang Huahu's strength was increasing, and the divine power in his body was constantly surging and circulating. He was going to use all of his divine power to unleash a sure-kill move. But before he made his move, a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. This forced Ling Xiao to be on his guard. The surging power continued to gather, and in front of Jiang Huahu, there were already layers of thick black power. This power was shockingly great, causing the surrounding people to retreat again and again, not daring to get too close. This was all of Jiang Huahu's divine power, a terrifying energy that could destroy everything. Jiang Huahu made his move. He raised one of his palms up high, and a large amount of black divine power rose up, and then quickly slammed down. Demonic Heaven Palm. The terrifying palm print descended like the collapse of heaven and earth. The power was terrifying to the extreme, and all the air in the surroundings was compressed into nothingness. Countless layers of space collapsed. Ling Xiao felt the pressure. He could sense that the power of this palm was quite terrifying. Even if he could withstand it, he would probably be seriously injured. The palm came very quickly, but with Ling Xiao's speed, he could still dodge it. However, at this critical moment, something appeared in Jiang Huahu's hand and attacked him. It was a beam of black light that flashed by at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao was distracted by the demonic heaven palm, and the black light came too suddenly. It was too late for him to dodge. He was afraid that this beam of light would have a unique divine power like Europhase Stillness Mirror. If that was the case, he was dead for sure. Fortunately, this beam of black light did not possess the divine power of stillness. Instead, it possessed the strange power to attack one's consciousness and soul. This power rushed into Ling Xiao's sea of wisdom. At the same time, the sky-shaking palm silhouette also attacked, completely submerging Ling Xiao. However, Jiang Huahu did not intend to let it go just like that. The hu hui in his hand danced rapidly, and waves of energy blasted towards Ling Xiao. Haha, you are still far from being able to fight with this king. Jiang Huahu said happily. This change happened too quickly. The people of the Sky Dragon domain were all shocked. But was Ling Xiao going to die just like that? This was obviously impossible. Others would be fearful of energy that attacked one's sea of wisdom. However, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the ancient Emperor Divine Technique's sixth transformation, refined consciousness, to the perfect stage. This transformation could defend one's sea of wisdom from attacks on one's soul. Moreover, he cultivated the soul manipulation technique, so he was immune to such attacks. Therefore, Jiang Huahu's attack only made Ling Xiao hesitate for a moment. It did not hurt his soul. However, the power of the demonic heaven palm was indeed terrifying. It shook Ling Xiao until he was dizzy. If he had not advanced to a demigod king and his body was comparable to a divine weapon, this palm would have been enough to send him to hell. Ling Xiao's chest caved in. Many of his bones and organs were shattered. However, he did not die, so he could recover quickly. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who reappeared, and was in an uproar. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was in such a miserable state, they thought to themselves, he's not dead even after that. That's insane. The people of the Jing clan all revealed arrogant expressions because they had the ancient emperor's mystic art, which gave them a monstrous defense and a fast healing effect. This was something that only the Kim people's unique divine technique could do. What other tricks do you have? Show me. Ling Xiao said to Jiang Huahu with a sneer as he healed himself with all his might. Jiang Huahu looked at Ling Xiao's sarcastic smile, and felt strangely suffocated. You're fine, Jiang Huahu said while gritting his teeth. Once again he used all his skills to attack Ling Xiao. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched continuously. His hidden demonic mirror also attacked from time to time. However, it was all in vain. Ling Xiao's movement technique was like a swimming fish. He could always dodge the attacks easily. Ling Xiao did not fight back. He needed time to recover from his injuries. On the other hand, Jiang Huahu's crazy attack gave him a chance to catch his breath. Jiang Huahu sensed Ling Xiao's intentions and knew that he could not do anything to Ling Xiao. He roared crazily, "All of you attack together and kill this kid." Jiang Huahu finally put down his arrogant face. He could not let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he would definitely become a huge threat to the demonic tiger clan in the future. Jiang Huahu's order was not for all the people in the Tianhu territory to attack. Instead, it was for the few people he had personally selected to attack. Jiang Huahu and the other 6 people moved at the same time. Every demigod king's aura was released, sealing off all the areas where Ling Xiao could dodge, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to escape. Seeing this, Ling Muxin immediately shouted in shock, "Let's go help granduncle." After saying that, he wanted to bring Kim people's people to kill Jiang Huahu and the others. "Don't come over, I alone am enough to deal with them." Ling Xiao roared in shock. All of his battle prowess had finally been pushed to the peak, and his divine soul clone had also been summoned at this moment. The two identical Ling Xiao made people feel strange, but what was even stranger was that the clone's power was actually much stronger than his real body's power. This made people unable to understand what kind of godly skill this was. His true body and divine soul both possessed the power of a low-level god king. When the power of the two figures erupted at the same time, the power that the seven of them had sealed off was immediately blasted away. When the people from both sides saw this scene, they could not help but cry out in alarm. What? This? What kind of clone is this? It's actually so terrifying. That seems to be a divine soul clone. Could it be that he has already condensed a divine soul? But why is the power of this divine soul so much stronger than the power of his true body? This shouldn't be possible. Maybe this is a type of secret cloning technique. Maybe it can only last for a while before disappearing. That's true, but I feel that this clone's power is very terrifying. It's actually not weaker than that stage 10 holy beast. Ling Xiao did not plan to hide his strength anymore. His divine soul wielded the ice and fire sword, and directly went to find Jiang Huahu's stage 10 Blackfiend Tiger. This stage 10 Blackfiend Tiger's killing power was the strongest. Only by delaying it would Ling Xiao be able to kill the others. Jiang Huahu saw that Ling Xiao was even more powerful, and the killing intent in his heart intensified. He no longer cared about face and led the others to surround and kill Ling Xiao. I'll let you know what a true soul attack is. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The soul-controlling art that he cultivated had finally begun to show its might. The divine soul attack that he had cultivated for 2 years burst forth at this moment. The divine soul needle pierced towards the first opponent to attack. Before that person could even reach Ling Xiao, he let out a miserable scream as his body froze. It was also at this moment that Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme, and directly slapped the person's face with the dragon subduing palm, bursting his head. Ling Xiao did not stop there after his successful move. The divine soul needle split into two and rushed towards the other two people at the same time. They had no way of defending at all. While their souls were injured, they definitely could not control their bodies. In a short moment, Ling Xiao had already killed 3 demigod kings. Jiang Huahu, who was rushing forward, immediately stopped and looked at Ling Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. What secret technique did you use? Ling Xiao did not have the time to talk nonsense with him as the divine soul needle rushed towards him. Jiang Huahu mobilized all of his defensive power and wrapped himself in layers, while the Hu Hui in his hand continuously attacked Ling Xiao in an attempt to stop Ling Xiao's attack. However, the divine soul needle was invisible and hard to detect. It directly penetrated the layers of defense and directly attacked Jiang Huahu's consciousness. Jiang Huahu had already condensed his divine soul, but his divine soul was not as powerful as Ling Xiao's. However, he already had the ability to defend. Unfortunately, when he blocked Ling Xiao's first wave of divine soul needle attack, Ling Xiao immediately transferred more power to attack. At the same time, his figure appeared next to Jiang Huahu like a ghost. Go to hell, Ling Xiaoyu coldly said, and ruthlessly slapped the back of Jiang Huahu's head. Chapter 1159. Ling Xiao's true body and divine soul were separated separately, but a third of the soul power still existed within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It was absolutely impossible to completely drain it. Otherwise, how could his true body possess combat strength? And this third of soul power was something ordinary demigod kings could not compare to. Even Jiang Huahu's divine soul could not do it either. Ling Xiao cultivated the soul-controlling art after all. At the same time, he was also a great saint master. This third of soul power was enough to blast through Jiang Huahu's divine soul defense. When Jiang Huahu sensed that Ling Xiao possessed a soul power attack, he was already terrified to the extreme. This made him think of a race that should have been extinct, the soul race. Except his fear already came too late. Ling Xiao's dragon subduing palm already smashed heavily onto the back of his head mercilessly. Bang! His head split open. Fresh blood splattered wildly, a ghastly sight. Everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths wide, looking at the decisive, cold and ruthless Ling Xiao. They all felt their scalps go numb. That insufferably arrogant Jiang Huahu just now died tragically just like that. Weren't the two evenly matched just now? Why did the battle suddenly become one-sided? Jiang Huahu actually seemed so unable to withstand a single blow? Everyone realized that Ling Xiao had been hiding his strength all along, and only now did it truly erupt. What are you still standing there for? Finish off all these Heaven Tiger region trash for me. Ling Xiao shouted to the people behind him, then charged towards the Heaven Tiger region's people recklessly. Ling Xiao was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He and his divine soul attacked at the same time, killing those people practically 1 second at a time. The Heaven Tiger region's people lost their backbone, and were also scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao's perverse killing hand. They actually did not all join forces to attack Ling Xiao for a moment, and were all scared until they scattered. On the other hand, the people from the Sky Dragon domain's morale soared. With Ling Xiao's roar, everyone summoned their protective spiritual beasts, and charged at the people from the Sky Tiger domain. They knew that only by seizing this opportunity to expel the people from the Heaven Tiger domain would they be able to condense their souls here with peace of mind. The people of the Heaven Tiger domain originally had the advantage, but now, all the advantages were gone in an instant. They couldn't deal with Ling Xiao at all, and without Jiang Huahu as their leader, everyone was like a plate of loose sand, constantly retreating. This was because among these people, apart from a portion of them being from the Devil Tiger sect, there were also people from over a dozen other forces. They were originally forcefully roped in by the Devil Tiger sect. With Jiang Huahu dead, they naturally wouldn't stay together with the Devil Tiger sect's people anymore. The group battle started quickly, but it also ended quickly. The Heaven Tiger domain's people didn't dare to continue fighting, and directly fled in the direction they came from. On the other hand, the people from the Sky Dragon territory chased them all the way, forcing them all out of the void crack. Once anyone went out, there would no longer be a chance to enter inside again. The people from the Sky Dragon territory obtained a great victory, beheading many people from the Heaven Tiger domain, but their losses were extremely small. Everyone revealed joyous smiles. Their gazes looked towards one person and faintly revealed incomparable reverence, while many women had traces of affection, throwing flirtatious glances at that person nonstop. Everyone returned to the Ghost Divine Pond again, but no one took the lead to enter the Divine Pond. Instead, they looked at that person in unison, their eyes faintly having some sort of anticipation. Ling Muxin said to Ling Xiao, "Granduncle, please enter the pond first." Ling Muxin's eyes revealed a respectful look, while the people from the Dragon Gate revealed proud looks. This was because Ling Xiao was from the same sect as them, and in this battle, he undoubtedly displayed combat strength that far surpassed ordinary people. He had already faintly become the leader of this generation in the Sky Dragon territory. "Don't look at me. Whoever wants to enter the Divine Pond can go first. I guarantee that no one from the Heaven Tiger domain will come to cause trouble," Ling Xiao said as he rubbed his nose. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so easy to talk to, and their expressions all relaxed. "Thank you, brother. Otherwise, the people of the Sky Dragon region would have been ambushed by the people of the Sky Tiger region. From now on, you are my friend. If you need any help, just say it. I will definitely not say anything." Yes. Although we aren't as strong as you, there are some things that we can help you with, as long as you don't mind. If there's anything you need in the future, we will naturally do our best to help. I will remember this kindness. I hope that I will have the opportunity to repay benefactor in the future. These people all politely spoke to Ling Xiao before entering the Divine Pond to once again condense their divine souls. They had no choice but to be disrespectful to Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't even know how they were killed, let alone condensing their divine souls here. As a member of the Dragon Gate's god system, Yao Meihong came to Ling Xiao's side. She wasn't very beautiful, but she had already cultivated to the demigod king realm. Her temperament made her look even more charming and alluring than the average beautiful woman. "What's the matter?" Ling Xiao noticed that Yao Meihong kept staring at him, and he asked with a hint of fear in his heart. A smile appeared on Yao Meihong's indifferent face. "You're very powerful. Junior brother Lei was also killed by you." Whoosh. As soon as Yao Meihong finished speaking, Ling Xiao appeared in front of her in a flash and grabbed her neck with one hand. What did you just say? Ling Xiao's face was cold as he looked at Yao Meihong. Yao Meihong didn't expect Ling Xiao to make a move just like that. He didn't allow anyone to resist at all. Looking at his fierce eyes, she knew that he would definitely do something cruel to this flower. Yao Meihong blushed and said with difficulty, I didn't mean anything else. Don't be angry. Ling Xiao let go of Yao Meihong, and his face instantly turned into a gentle smile. Senior Sister Yao, what's the matter? Yao Meihong looked at Ling Xiao's strangely beautiful face. It was hard to imagine that he was the one who disguised that fierce look. From now on, Senior Sister will follow Junior Brother Ling Xiao's lead. Yao Meihong bowed slightly and said with respect. Yao Meihong and Lei Xingyang were the leaders of the new generation of the Divine Body faction. However, Lei Xingyang had the Thunder God's body, so he was the leader of the faction. Yao Meihong's wind attribute was not as important. But now, Ling Xiao's display of strength and his natural leadership aura had deeply convinced Yao Meihong. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao had perfected his movement technique. Yao Meihong was of the wind attribute. If she could receive Ling Xiao's teachings, her speed would increase by more than one level. So even if she was from the Divine Body faction, it wouldn't stop her from defecting to Ling Xiao. Let the faction fight go to hell. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Moreover, once Ling Xiao grew up, she was afraid that no one in the same generation would be his opponent. Ling Xiao smiled, a smile that was bewitching to death. Senior Sister, you're too serious. If we can't follow the faction's orders, we should follow the faction leader's lead. Ling Xiao said. Yao Meihong's eyes trembled slightly, and then she also laughed. Junior Brother is right. Senior Sister will not disturb you then. After saying that, she turned into a gust of wind and fell into the divine pond. When she left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already come to his side. Lai Ruyu said with slight jealousy, "Who was that woman just now?" Ling Xiao wrinkled his nose and said, "She's a senior sister in the faction. What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Lai Ruyu was a little embarrassed. Then she asked with concern, "Are you all right? I have some recovery pills here." After saying that, Lai Ruyu took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Ling Xiao. Divine pills, each one was extremely precious. They were heaven-defying pills that could help a god king recover. Lai Ruyu could casually take out a bottle and give it to Ling Xiao. She was indeed a little rich woman. Ling Xiao was a little moved. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't forget that I'm from the Kim people. We have the most powerful healing divine arts." "So what? What if there are hidden injuries?" Lai Ruyu took it out. There was no reason to take it back. Ling Xiao knew that if he didn't take it, this little rich woman would probably be unhappy. He immediately accepted the bottle of pills. "You can go now. Hurry up and condense your divine soul," Ling Xiao said. Zhou Zhijing asked, "What about you?" "I've already achieved divine soul. I'm just here to see if there are any divine items that are suitable for my cultivation." "You don't need to care about me," Ling Xiao said. The two women didn't say anything more. They looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, and then went back into the divine pond. The people of the Sky Dragon territory had already entered the divine pond. Ling Xiao also landed on the surface of the pond. He didn't enter the divine pond because it didn't have much effect on him. "All of you come out." As soon as Ling Xiao said that, a few figures appeared beside him. These figures were Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xin Yu Yi. "All of you go in and soak. It can help you condense your divine soul," Ling Xiao said to the three of them. Sha Tian and Xin Yu Yi didn't need to say anything more. They plunged into the divine pond. "Xiao, did you fight again just now?" Yuro Fei looked at Ling Xiao's tattered clothes and said with heartache. Ling Xiao gently caressed Yuro Fei and said, "This is a void crack. Of course, it takes a lot of effort to come in. But it's okay. When you become divine soul, he will become divine king in the future. This is nothing." Yuro Fei hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him. She didn't say anything more, and went into the divine pond. She knew that only when she became stronger could she help her man. Otherwise, she could only follow behind him forever, or even be pulled away from him. This was what she didn't want to see. It should be quiet now, Ling Xiao murmured. He looked into the depths of the divine pond. He had a vague feeling of uneasiness in that direction. Based on this feeling, he believed that the divine spring he needed might be in that direction. He used his divine will to cover that direction. However, he couldn't find anything. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart, but he still decided to check it out. This time, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out a defensive armor from the cauldron and put it on, just in case. After that, he carefully went deeper into the divine pond. Chapter 1160. It was said that there was a divine spring in the depths of the ghost divine pond that could help people break through to the divine king realm. However, not many people were able to get a divine spring from this place. There was once an ancestor who managed to get some here, but no one succeeded afterwards. Actually, with Ling Xiao's current condition, there was no need for him to take the risk to look for the divine spring. If he wanted to break through to the divine king realm, he only needed to accumulate energy and convert it into divine energy. Then he would be able to break through to the divine king realm within 5 to 10 years. However, time waited for no man. Ling Xiao still had many things to do. Only after he reached the divine king realm would he be able to move around freely in the heaven domain. He wanted to reach the divine king realm as soon as possible, find his master, find Yun Mingqi, and bring his relatives from the Xianling continent to live in the heaven domain. That was why he took the risk to look for the divine spring. At the same time, he treated this as a form of training for himself. Only after going through all kinds of dangerous situations would his state of mind become as stable as a boulder, unshakable. When he reached the depths of the divine pond, Ling Xiao still did not sense any dangerous aura. He hesitated for a moment, but still dived into the depths of the divine pond. Ling Xiao found that the energy in the depths of the divine pond was much more vast and pure. For those who wanted to condense their divine soul, it would definitely be more effective. Ling Xiao opened up his spiritual consciousness to the maximum, always vigilant of the environment. He found that his divine sense could only cover 100 meters below the surface of the divine pond. When he went deeper, it seemed to be blocked by something. There must be something strange at the bottom of the divine pond, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He gritted his teeth and dived deeper. When he was more than 200 meters below the divine pond, he still did not find anything, not to mention the divine spring. However, he felt that the energy here was much denser. He must be closer to the divine spring. Then he dived another 10 meters. At this moment, green vines the same color as the divine pond water suddenly shot out from all directions. Ling Xiao immediately sensed the abnormality and quickly retreated. However, the green vines continued to chase after him. Ling Xiao knew that unless he left the divine pond now, these green vines would continue to harass him. Immediately, the ice and fire sword in his hand released a powerful sword art and cut down the vines one by one. However, these green vines seemed to be endless. After they were chopped off, they grew out crazily and headed towards Ling Xiao as if they were intelligent. Ling Xiao didn't want to retreat just like that. Helpless, he could only increase the speed and power of his attacks, crushing the green vines one by one. However, these jade vines seemed to be endless, and he was unable to cut them all no matter how hard he tried. If this were to continue, then he would be trapped here once he exhausted all his strength. Just these green vines are enough to make any demigod king flinch. I'm afraid that the divine spring is right below, Ling Xiao guessed. Just these green vines alone were not enough to make Ling Xiao retreat. He stopped his attack, and bursts of flames burst out from his body. The dark, blazing fire surrounded Ling Xiao tightly. The divine pond water could not reduce the fire at all. This was Ling Xiao's origin of heavenly fire, and it had evolved twice. Unless it was the ultimate water, it would not be able to extinguish it. Ling Xiao was protected by the heavenly fire, so it was impossible for those green vines to trap Ling Xiao anymore. As soon as they came in contact with Ling Xiao, they were immediately burned by the heavenly fire. They could not harm Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao chuckled and continued to dive for 100 meters. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked in a certain direction, and saw that in the center of the green vines, there was a crystal-clear spiritual herb with a jade-like luster. The spirit herb was not very big, but the light it emitted was very dazzling. Waves of divine light rippled, and it was mesmerizing. Ling Xiao's eyes widened and he gulped. Could this be the nether spirit herb? The nether spirit herb and the divine soul herb were divine herbs that had great effects on the soul. A nether spirit herb like this could directly let any peak holy emperor or demigod monarch condense their soul. Apart from that, it could also heal any divine monarch's soul injuries and strengthen their soul power. There were countless kinds of spirit herbs in the world, but spirit herbs related to soul power were the rarest and most difficult to find. Ling Xiao did not expect to encounter a nether spirit herb here, and he was overjoyed. However, he did not dare to go over and take it immediately. This was because it was surrounded by layers of green vines. Who knew if there were terrifying holy beasts hiding nearby, so he had to be careful. Ling Xiao did not move, but it did not mean that he could not get the nether spirit herb. His soul power transformed into a formless claw, grabbing towards that nether spirit herb. Just as he was about to grab the nether spirit herb in his hand, a similarly undetectable force collided with Ling Xiao's soul power hand, scattering it. At the same time, another streak of soul power charged towards Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He sensed that this soul power attack was truly not weak. Even if it bombarded ordinary divine monarchs, they would not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao did not even think, and immediately shot out divine soul needles, scattering the soul power that blasted over. It was just that the other party's soul power seemed to be astonishing. Another wave of continuous soul power blasted over, catching people off guard. Even though Ling Xiao had encountered all kinds of thrilling dangers before, this was his first time encountering an existence that could contend with his soul power. Ling Xiao channeled the power of his defensive soul power. At the same time, he drew out his soul power and clashed with the incoming attacks. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's divine soul was already at the peak of the low-level divine king, and his strength was extremely dense. Otherwise, just these attacks would be enough to destroy his soul and kill him. Ling Xiao released all of his soul power to deal with these inexplicable soul power attacks. He discovered that these soul power were coming from the other direction of the nether spirit herb. He had to get rid of the thing in the dark in that direction. Otherwise, once his soul power was weak, he would be at the mercy of the fisherman. Go! Ling Xiao threw out the ice and fire sword in his hand. The ice and fire sword had already become one with his artifact. He only needed to split a thought to control the ice and fire sword to kill any enemy within 10,000 miles. Sure enough, after the ice and fire sword pierced in that direction, the soul power immediately shriveled up and stopped attacking. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and wanted to immediately rush forward to retrieve the nether spirit herb. Just at this moment, waves of soul power that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed out from that direction. It was like a storm of soul power. Even the water here was stirred up. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly retreated. The power of his divine soul immediately met it, colliding with the storm of soul power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao felt that his divine soul almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, he had used all of his soul power to stop the other party's soul power storm in advance. Otherwise, even with his soul defense, he would have been injured. Just what is it that's so terrifying? Ling Xiao exclaimed with lingering fear, and summoned the ice and fire sword back. However, at this time, tiny one-eyed spirit beasts emerged from behind the nether spirit herb. These tiny spirit beasts were only about the size of a human head, and appeared to be flat. Their bodies were black and blue, and they had fish scales that resembled swimming fishes. They also had large mouths and a single eye on their foreheads that was constantly flashing with a strange light. Gigi. These little spirit beasts let out strange cries and looked at Ling Xiao fiercely. At the same time, soul power burst out from their single eyes, and when all of their soul power gathered together, it formed a soul power storm again, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already used all of his strength to deal with that attack just now. If he were to deal with a few more attacks like this, his soul power would be depleted. Ling Xiao could feel the fluctuations of soul power, and he retreated repeatedly to avoid it. Soul power attacks were untraceable to others, but there was no such restriction for Ling Xiao. If he wanted to cultivate the spirit-controlling art, he first had to sense the fluctuations of spiritual power and soul power. Therefore, with his speed, it was not difficult for him to avoid these soul power attacks. If you didn't show your true bodies, I might not be able to do anything to you. Since you dare to come out now, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao secretly snorted. The ice-fire sword in his hand slashed out a series of ice blade shadows, attacking towards those spirit beasts. Ling Xiao attacked with great propriety, and did not dare to destroy that nether soul divine grass. Those little spirit beasts let out panicked cries and actually scattered, heading deeper into the divine pond. But there were still many little spirit beasts that were hit by this move of Ling Xiao's, and their corpses were crushed one by one. Looks like apart from soul power attacks, these little things have nothing else to do. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, it was Ling Xiao who came here. If it were someone else, that soul power storm could probably kill a divine king instantly." After repelling those little spirit beasts, Ling Xiao finally collected that nether soul divine grass. It was just that this stalk of nether soul divine grass was not very useful to him currently. At most, it could increase his soul power a little, but it was unable to let him break through to become a true divine king. He still had to continue searching for the divine spring. It was just that after encountering such a batch of little spirit beasts that could attack the soul, Ling Xiao could not help but be somewhat worried that there would be even more terrifying existences below. Ling Xiao dove down in the direction where the energy was getting thicker and thicker. Many little spirit beasts bombarded over with soul power attacks from time to time, but they were all avoided by Ling Xiao one by one. The more Ling Xiao dove down, the more delighted his divine soul became. Ling Xiao could sense that the pond water here had an enhanced healing effect on any divine soul. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He could confirm that there was definitely a divine spring's existence below here. Ling Xiao accelerated his sinking speed. After his entire person evaded all of the little spirit beasts' attacks, he finally landed at the bottom of the divine pond. The divine pond surged with waves of mud, very easy to sink in. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be treading on snow without leaving a trace, constantly flitting above these mud, searching for the location of the divine spring. Indeed, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Ling Xiao finally discovered a small spring's mouth. Balls of pure and vast energy surged over there, merging into these pond water. Ling Xiao could not help crying out in surprise. The mouth of the divine spring, I found it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to rush over to collect the divine spring, an unprecedented crisis assaulted him. Chapter 1161. The power of the heavenly spring was definitely incomparable to the power in the pool. It could be said that the power in the pool that could allow people to comprehend and condense their divine soul was only a portion of the power that was dispersed from the heavenly spring, and it had already been diluted. If those peak holy emperor or demigod kings could obtain some of the heavenly spring and consume it, they would definitely be able to condense their divine soul immediately, and it would also boost their divine power. By then, it would not be a problem for them to become divine kings. Now that Ling Xiao's divine soul was already formed, what he lacked was the purest divine power. The heavenly spring in front of him was undoubtedly the most suitable divine item for him. As long as he consumed it, it would naturally greatly shorten the time for him to condense divine power, allowing him to become a divine king in the shortest time possible. Suddenly discovering the existence of the heavenly spring, Ling Xiao could no longer hide his excitement and immediately rushed over. However, at that moment, something suddenly surged under the mud, and all the mud immediately rolled up in front of Ling Xiao and rushed toward him. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he slapped both of his palms at the same time, preparing to blast the mud away. However, as soon as his palm energy came into contact with the mud, he was forcefully repelled, and his entire body flew backward as if he had been electrocuted. However, everything was not over yet. The mud was still surging at an extremely fast speed, as if something was breaking out of the ground. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. He did not expect there to be a terrifying existence hidden under the mud. Damn it, What kind of beast is this? Ling Xiao exclaimed, and his power exploded to the extreme as he slapped the dragon-subduing palm toward the direction of the mud again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The palm energy finally blasted away a lot of the mud, but it could not stop the beast from rushing over. Roar! A terrifying giant black shadow suddenly appeared, and a terrifying, bloodthirsty mouth pounced toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not see what it was at all, but he saw the deep, terrifying mouth, and the sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. The other party's speed was very fast and very fierce. Even though Ling Xiao was already prepared, it was still difficult for him to escape. Just as he was about to be devoured by the ferocious beast, his divine soul rushed forward. The ice and fire sword in his hand gathered all his strength and blasted at the big mouth with all his might. Rumble! One ice and one fire. The two powers rushed into the huge mouth at the same time, preventing it from closing. Once again, Ling Xiao slid far away like a pool of mud. At the same time, the ice and fire sword in his hand continued to bombard the fierce beast with wave after wave of attacks. Finally, the ferocious beast seemed to feel that it couldn't deal with Ling Xiao for a while. It could only slow down and reveal its majestic appearance. This ferocious beast was a fish-shaped mutated sacred beast, known as the eel snake fish. It had already reached the mid-stage of the 10th level. It had a huge body at the ethereal opening level, and it had a strange fish head and a snake body. Many scales and fish bones flickered, thick and sharp. Its pair of terrifying fish eyes carried an evil and awe-inspiring glint. The big fish kept inhaling and exhaling the pool water, stirring and rolling. Seeing the appearance and aura of this ferocious beast, Ling Xiao's legs became weak. With his strength, trying to snatch food from the mouth of such a high-level ferocious beast would probably be a dead end. However, the heavenly spring was already within reach. If he didn't take it, wouldn't it be a great pity? Brother Snakefish, calm down. Let's talk this out. Ling Xiao said to the eel snakefish. Damn human, how dare you come to my territory and disturb my sleep? Go to hell. The ghost eel snakefish uttered a harsh sound, and its figure once again pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was simply astonishing. Although Ling Xiao was already prepared, he was still shocked. He raised his body technique to the extreme and kept retreating. This was the territory of the eel snakefish. Ling Xiao was hindered by the pool water, but his speed was greatly affected. The eel snakefish used its water attribute power to increase the pressure in the vicinity. No matter how Ling Xiao dodged, he couldn't escape its attack. Seeing that the eel snakefish's mouth was once again enveloping him, Ling Xiao's body and mind went cold. Damn it, this guy is too scary. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. The ice and fire sword in his hand left his hand, and directly pierced into the abdomen of the eel snakefish. However, before the ice and fire sword could pierce into the mouth of the eel snakefish, a wave of water forcefully swept it aside. Ling Xiao was even more anxious. He knew that he couldn't dodge it. Both of his palms shot out raging heavenly fire, hoping that when the eel snakefish's mouth fell, he could burn it. Only then would he have a chance of survival. However, like the ice and fire sword, his heavenly fire was directly pressed to the side by the wave of water, unable to hurt it. Finally, the eel snakefish's mouth closed heavily on Ling Xiao's position. Within a radius of tens of meters around Ling Xiao, all the water and objects in the pool entered the mouth of the eel snakefish. Originally, when this big mouth bit, everything would immediately enter its stomach and be digested by it. However, it suddenly let out a mournful scream and opened its mouth again, spitting out waves of water. He saw a figure, along with the waves, and this figure was holding a black cauldron in his hand. On the other hand, two of the eel snakefish's fangs were broken. Obviously, when it was biting Ling Xiao, it was suddenly knocked down by the medicine cauldron that Ling Xiao suddenly took out. The eel snakefish let out a few wild cries, but it didn't dare to swallow Ling Xiao again. Instead, it used many waves to attack Ling Xiao. Don't underestimate these water attacks. They were enough to smash any low-level God King's body into pieces. Transform. Ling Xiao was already at his wit's end, and could only rely on the divine cauldron. He shouted in shock, and the obsidian cauldron instantly became big, blocking the water waves in front of it. However, Ling Xiao and the divine cauldron were still pushed back by the water waves by quite a distance. When the divine cauldron became as big as a mountain, it firmly pressed on the mud. The divine cauldron wasn't an ordinary divine artifact, but an ancient divine artifact. It was a top-notch existence in the world, and even the eel snake fish's attack couldn't damage it in the slightest. Unfortunately, this medicine cauldron wasn't an offensive divine artifact, or else Ling Xiao wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Thinking back, if he hadn't been quick-witted and let the medicine cauldron block, he would already be in the eel snake fish's stomach. He sighed inwardly, then said to the eel snake fish, "Brother snake fish, I advise you to calm down, or else it won't be worth it to knock out another tooth." The eel snake fish ignored Ling Xiao's words. It looked at the medicine cauldron and didn't dare to swallow Ling Xiao again. And its water attacks were also useless against him, so it could only choose another attack method. Soul power attack. It was actually such a rare attack method. It really surprised Ling Xiao to the extreme. This eel snake fish's soul power attack was much more terrifying than the smaller spirit beasts he encountered before, forming a soul power storm that was abnormally fierce. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. He could only let his divine soul fly out of his sea of consciousness again to block the soul power storm. His divine soul power was even more powerful than his true body, so it was still much easier to deal with these soul power attacks. Moreover, the eel snake fish's soul power attack mode was rather simple, and although its power was fierce, it still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, a human who was most proficient in soul power attacks. The eel snake fish used all kinds of methods, but still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Its temper became explosive, and it shouted, "Human, hurry up and go back. I'll let you go this time." "Brother snakefish, this matter can be discussed. In fact, I just want to take some spring water. I have no doubt offended you. As long as I take the spring water, I'll leave immediately. What do you think?" Ling Xiao said. The eel snakefish continuously breathed in the pool water. "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Hurry up and scram before I change my mind. Otherwise I won't even let all the humans up there go." Ling Xiao didn't expect this eel snakefish to be so unyielding, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Humph, although my strength isn't as good as yours, do you really think I can't deal with you?" Ling Xiao's voice contained a supreme dragon's might. His entire person turned into a half-dragon, a golden dragon shadow unceasingly roaring at the eel snakefish to demonstrate its might. This frightening beast king's might pressed down on the eel snakefish, causing its body to tremble slightly. The eel snakefish was a mutated beast, and although it didn't necessarily fear the dragon's might of dragons, it still suffered from the suppression of its origin. It stared fixedly at Ling Xiao, as if trying to determine whether Ling Xiao was a human or a beast. "I'll say it again. I only want to take a little spring water and leave immediately, otherwise I won't let you have an easy time here," Ling Xiao said faintly. The eel snakefish's spiritual intelligence had long been called a demon, and its thinking was almost the same as a human's. It could completely sense the vastness of Ling Xiao's dragon's might, and always felt that Ling Xiao should have a great relationship with dragons. If they really fought to the death, it was afraid that it would still be the one to suffer. After a moment of hesitation, it let out a hoarse sound. "You really only want to take a little spring water and leave?" "Of course, I don't want to be enemies with you, brother snake fish," Ling Xiao said. In fact, he was also extremely nervous at the moment. He had completely released his dragon's chi like this, and was also staking it all on one throw. After all, he had always known that dragon's chi could suppress the chi of many spiritual beasts, but in the face of this kind of mutated high-level vicious beast, he had no confidence at all. In his heart, he had already made preparations to retreat. Now that he heard that the eel snakefish had loosened its mouth, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. "All right, then hurry up and take it, and then leave immediately, or else I won't let you go," the eel snakefish said. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but he did not let this joy rush to his head. While dragging the medicine cauldron, he constantly paid attention to the eel snakefish's movements, for fear that it would suddenly pounce on him again. Ling Xiao went all the way to the side of the divine spring, and the eel snakefish still did not move in the same place, but its eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, as if it was extremely unwilling. Ling Xiao took out a rather large jade vessel, and sucked in the divine water that was gushing out, filling it to the brim, and then quickly bounced towards the divine spring. Many thanks, brother snakefish. I won't disturb your sleep. Ling Xiao put away the divine water, lowered his head, and cupped his hands towards the eel snakefish below. Quickly, Scram, if any other human dares to come here, don't blame me for being impolite. The eel snakefish roared. Needless to say, Ling Xiao naturally scrammed as fast as he could. Chapter 1162. The Ghost Divine Pond lived up to its name of ghost. There were actually ghost divine grass and spirit beasts that could attack with soul power. This kind of spirit beast was extremely rare. Even a godly king would die on the spot if they were not careful. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was an expert that cultivated soul power, otherwise he would really not be able to return from this trip. It was no wonder that so many people came to search for the divine spring in the past, but not many succeeded. Ling Xiao could be considered to have experienced all sorts of dangerous situations before he was able to obtain this amount of god water by luck. After exiting the divine pond, Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "There's hope for the godly king realm now." His divine soul, divine bridge, and divine power were already formed. What he lacked was the accumulation of power. Now that he had the god water, then reaching the godly king realm was just a matter of time. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to advance to the godly king realm. At that time, with his power he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the heaven region. Ling Xiao suppressed his excitement and swam to the side of the divine pond, meditating to recover all his previous losses, waiting for a month to pass, then he could go out. A day later, Ling Xiao had already recovered to his peak state. He could not use the divine spring here to break through to the godly king realm. When he was idle and bored, he planned to wander around this space, to see if he could discover anything else. He knew that this space was not very big. As long as he flew at full speed for a few days, he would be able to reach the other exit of the Heaven Tiger region. However, Ling Xiao did not want to travel to the Heaven Tiger region for the time being. He still had many things to do, otherwise he could enter the Heaven Tiger region from there. After wandering around here for a few days, he found many high-tier spirit herbs, and also encountered many high-tier holy beasts, among which there were even tier 10 existences. Ling Xiao did not have any friction with them, and took a detour to leave. There were still a few days before the 1-month time limit. Many people had already hurriedly rushed out of the divine pond. Among them, Eurofei, Shatian, and Xin Yi also came out. Ling Xiao saw the excited expressions on their faces, and knew that they definitely had some gains. Ling Xiao put them into the medicine cauldron. For the time being, it was not appropriate to let others know that they had appeared here. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also came out. They went to look for Ling Xiao immediately. "What do you think? Have you condensed your divine soul?" Ling Xiao looked at them and smiled. However, the two women's expressions were a little unsightly, which made Ling Xiao feel that something was wrong. What? Could it be that he hasn't condensed his divine soul? Ling Xiao asked again in surprise. At least 2/3 of those who entered the spectral soul divine pond would be able to condense their divine soul. Only 1/3 of them would be unable to do so. If he couldn't even condense a goddess like Lai Ruyu, then Ling Xiao really didn't know what to say. Zhou Zhijing said with a bitter smile. With junior sisters Tenbin, she naturally condensed the divine soul. It's me who didn't condense the divine soul. Maybe my comprehension is too poor. Senior sister, don't be sad. When we return to the Merchant Alliance, I'll think of another way for you to condense your divine soul. Lai Ruyu comforted her. Zhou Zhijing was already 400 to 500 years old. To be able to step into the demigod king realm at this age was already considered a genius. However, all the geniuses in the Sky Dragon district were gathered here. Compared to the people here, she was considered to be below average. It was reasonable that she couldn't condense her divine soul. Don't be sad. There will always be another way to condense it. Ling Xiao comforted her. Zhou Zhijing forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I'm already very satisfied to be able to reach the demigod king realm. I'll definitely become a divine king in the future. It's just that it'll take a little longer." It's okay. Who wouldn't want to become a divine king as soon as possible? That way, they would have more time to strive for higher realms in the future. If it took too long and they couldn't become a real divine king, they would probably be stuck at this stage for the rest of their lives. Ling Xiao smiled and 2 small bottles appeared in his hand. He handed them to Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing respectively. This is the Ghost Spirit Spring. I believe it'll be useful to you. The 2 women stared at Ling Xiao. Their beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable charm. Senior sister, hurry up and take it. This is a divine item that can't be saved even with 10,000 crystals. Lai Ruyu hurriedly urged. Zhou Zhijing looked at Ling Xiao with some excitement. However, she didn't dare to take it. This is such a precious divine item. Before she could finish speaking, Ling Xiao immediately stuffed the bottle into her hand and said, "We're friends. Don't say too much. I believe it can help you condense your divine soul." Then he stuffed the other bottle into Lai Ruyu's hand and said, "The Ghost Spirit Spring can not only help people condense their divine soul, but also increase their divine power. It can help you advance faster." Lai Ruyu was very happy when Ling Xiao touched her small hand. She immediately took the bottle and held Ling Xiao's thick palm. She blushed and said, "Thank you." On the other side, Zhou Zhijing had already used her actions to prove her gratitude. Her jade lips had already been imprinted on Ling Xiao's cheek. Lai Ruyu slightly opened her mouth and said, "Senior sister, you always take the lead. I also want it." After saying that, she also copied Zhou Zhijing and kissed the other side of Ling Xiao's face. Alas, this queen has been sneak attacked again. Ling Xiao sighed heavily in his heart. At this time, those who rushed out of the divine pond looked at Ling Xiao's bitter face and felt disdain in their hearts. Motherf asterisk Kerr, really a bastard who only knows how to be obedient after obtaining peace. Ling Xiao waited until all the people of Dragon Gate came out and immediately left. The original holy beasts had already dispersed. They did not form a unified front to attack them. And at the exit of the void crack, the purple lightning had also become sparse. With their strength, they did not need to rely on the divine equipment to easily leave. After coming out of the void crack, many people rushed back to their own forces and immediately went into seclusion, because some of them could already break through to the God King realm. On Dragon Gate side, a total of 50 people entered the void crack. When they came out, there were still 38 people. 12 people had already died, and the people of other forces had suffered even more losses. However, in exchange for these people advancing to the God King realm, everything was worth it. Gong looked at the returning disciples and said in a deep voice, "Where is your junior brother Lei Xingyang? Did any of you see him?" Gong was very anxious because he saw Ling Xiao come out unscathed, but Lei Xingyang did not. He was worried that Ling Xiao had killed Lei Xingyang. If that was the case, then this matter would be very serious. Lei Xingyang was the young representative of the Divine Body faction. He was the future leader. He might even replace the Jin clan as the future sect master of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If he were to die here, it would be a great blow to the Divine Physique faction, and those old fellows would probably go crazy. As the leader of the team, Gong would probably be implicated as well. No one answered Gong, because ever since they entered the void crack, no one had paid attention to anyone else. Their only goal was the Soul Divine Pond. "Ma Long, tell me, where is your junior brother?" Gong called out to one of the disciples who often fawned on Lei Xingyang. Ma Long replied, "Elder, after I entered the void crack with junior brother and the others, we were attacked by holy beasts. Lei Xingyang picked a stage 10 holy beast. It seems like an accident happened." "What? Impossible, you can all live. How can your junior brother Lei not escape?" Gong shouted in shock. Then he looked at Yao Meihong and said, "Meihong, tell me what's going on." At the same time he glanced at Ling Xiao. Yao Meihong said indifferently, "Senior brother Lei and I dealt with a stage 10 holy beast, but then a stage 10 three-tailed bat appeared. We couldn't beat it, so we immediately split up and ran, but junior brother Lei was a bit too slow and was swallowed by the three-tailed bat." Chua. Gong's expression immediately became incomparably pale. Entering the void crack is a dangerous thing to do. This time we lost 12 disciples, which is indeed not a small loss. However, if you can come out alive, you are the future hope of our Dragon Gate. Let's go back immediately. I think many of you can't wait to go into closed-door cultivation. Ling Ba said faintly. These words sounded so sarcastic in He Gong's ears. These words seemed to be saying, could it be that only the other disciples can die, but Lei Jingyang can't? The crack in the void finally closed up gradually. He Gong had completely given up. Everyone was finally ready to set off on their return journey. At this time Ling Xiao said to Ling Ba, I still have things to do, so I won't be going back with you. When the time comes, tell the sect leader and your fifth great-uncle that I will go back after I finish my business. Before Ling Ba could say anything, He Gong shouted from the side. No, before we return to the sect, no one is allowed to leave the team without permission. He Gong was already angry, and Ling Xiao actually wanted to leave the team. He didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao, so he immediately reprimanded him. Ling Ba met He Gong's gaze and said, Elder He Gong, aren't you being too nosy? He Gong said in a deep voice, I am the leading elder this time, and I have the obligation to bring you back. Once we return to the sect, you can go wherever you want. Looking at He Gong's attitude, it seemed that Ling Xiao had to stay and go back with them. Ling Ba said, Elder He Gong, it's true that you are the leader, but I am also the vice leader. I have the right to agree to Ling Xiao going to do other things. When we return to the sect, I will personally report this matter to the sect leader, and it will have nothing to do with you. In short, I don't agree to this matter. He Gong shouted. From the looks of it, if Ling Xiao dared to leave the team, he would teach Ling Xiao a lesson. At this time, Ling Ba still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao had already stopped him and said, Let me reason with him. Then he looked at He Gong and said, Elder He Gong, right? He Gong coldly snorted and ignored Ling Xiao, turning his face away. I heard that when Tai Lu is your disciple? Ling Xiao continued to ask with a mischievous smile. He Gong's expression slightly twitched as he said, So what if I am? Nothing much, Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. In the blink of an eye, his face immediately sank as he said, Elder He Gong, I respect you as an inner sect elder, and originally didn't want to make things difficult for you, but now you are going too far. I admit that I accidentally defeated your disciple, but that was your disciple who challenged me, right? Now you are making things difficult for me. Are you trying to use your position to take revenge? Chapter 1163. Ling Xiao directly questioned He Gong, causing He Gong's old face to flush red. The other disciples and elders also looked at him with a hint of ridicule in their eyes, as if saying, Your disciple lost, and your master actually went to make things difficult for a disciple. Don't you have any shame? Just as He Gong was about to say something, Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, But I believe that Elder He Gong is definitely not that kind of person. Your prestige in the sect is very high, so naturally you will not bother with a disciple like me. You are only responsible for completing the mission given to you by the sect. I, Ling Xiao, can understand this point. He Gong heard Ling Xiao's respectful words, and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. He replied, Of course. Since this disciple can understand Elder He Gong's difficulties, then I also hope that Elder He Gong can understand my difficulties. I still have a secret mission given to me by the sect master, so I can't return to the sect right now. So I hope that Elder He Gong can approve it. Ling Xiao laughed. Impossible. Why would the sect master give you a mission? He Gong said in disbelief. What? Could it be that Elder He Gong feels that this disciple doesn't have the strength to take the mission on behalf of the sect? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. If there really was such a thing, the sect master would tell me. He Gong said in disbelief. That I don't know, but you can ask Elder Ling Ba. I believe that the sect master must have told him. Ling Xiao pushed this matter onto Ling Ba. Ling Ba naturally hadn't heard of this secret mission, but thinking that Ling Xiao was of the same generation as the sect master, even if there was a mission, it wouldn't be his turn to know. He could only agree and say, That's right, I indeed heard the sect master say that Ling Xiao has absolute freedom. Even I can't control him. His meaning was very clear. I'm a member of the clan, so I can't control him. As an outer sect elder, don't get involved. He Gong's expression changed several times before he finally ignored Ling Xiao and coldly snorted, "Let's go back." He Gong left with the others, but Ling Xiao's guardian elders, Kong Wen and Kong Wu, stayed. They had to protect Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also prepared to return to Raging Flame City. They all came to bid farewell to Ling Xiao and asked Ling Xiao to visit them in Blazing Flame City when he had time. Looking at their reluctant expressions, Ling Xiao's heart softened and he agreed. "Let's go and find a place to train in seclusion first," Ling Xiao said to Kong Wen and Kong Wu after everyone left. Above this high slope was the border of the Sky Dragon district, and there was also the disorderly burial space above this area. Because of this, the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was more chaotic than other places. It was not an ideal place to train in seclusion, but Ling Xiao didn't care so much. He couldn't be too far away from the disorderly burial space. He still had to find the whereabouts of his master. Ling Xiao took Kong Wen and Kong Wu away from this unstable space for the time being, looking for a more stable place to train in seclusion. In the end, he chose a desolate plain and settled down. Although there wasn't a very rich heaven and earth spiritual qi here, it was much calmer than the original place. "All right, protect me. I'm going to train in seclusion," Ling Xiao ordered the two. Kong Wen and Kong Wu knew that Ling Xiao had just broken through to the demigod king realm half a year ago. Now that he was going to train in seclusion again, they looked at Ling Xiao with their mouths wide open in disbelief. "Young master, are you going to break through to the divine king realm?" Kong Wen asked. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. "Yes, so you have to be careful. Don't let anyone disturb me." "No. Young master, you can't. You can't train in seclusion here." Kong Wen immediately stopped him. Ling Xiao frowned. "Why?" Kong Wen said, "The heaven and earth spiritual qi here is thin, and the source energy is also very weak. You need to borrow a large amount of energy to break through to the God King realm, so you need to find a better place. I suggest that you return to the sect to break through." Kong Wu also advised from the side. "That's right, young master. Breaking through to the God King realm isn't an easy task. If anything goes wrong, it won't be worth it." Ling Xiao knew that the two of them were right, but he really didn't want to leave the mass burial space right now. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "I still have other things to do, so I can't return to the sect for the time being. I don't know if there are any forces nearby, but if I can borrow their place to break through, it might be possible." The God King realm was a supreme realm. What it required was a vast amount of energy. There couldn't be any mistakes. Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. Just relying on the power of the divine water might not be enough for him to successfully break through. He had to absorb and fuse with the power of the outside world. Kong Wen and Kong Wu knew about Ling Xiao's insistence. After thinking for a moment, they told him that the closest place to this place was a small force called the Cloud Ridge sect. This kind of small force was relative to the people of Dragon Gate. In reality, their Cloud Ridge sect was a first-rate force in this high-slope area. They had jurisdiction over more than 200 cities, and their sect also had a God King stage powerhouse in charge. It would only take him half a month to reach the Cloud Ridge sect's territory. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart, but in the end he didn't decide to go to the Cloud Ridge sect. Not only would he be able to break through to the God King realm there, he would also be able to let the people of the Cloud Ridge sect find the whereabouts of his master. His master must have come here back then. Maybe he didn't enter the mass burial space, and the people of the Cloud Ridge sect knew about it. This would save him a lot of time and effort. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao immediately brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to the Cloud Ridge sect at full speed. The Cloud Ridge sect had only been established for 10,000 years, and was a new force. However, there were more than 10 God Kings in the sect, which allowed them to be the overlord of this barren area. However, in the eyes of the people of Dragon Gate, they were nothing. Kong Wen and Kong Wu took out their Dragon Gate identity cards. After showing their identity, the leader of the Cloud Ridge sect and a few elders immediately rushed out to welcome them. The leader of the Cloud Ridge sect looked middle-aged, but he already had the strength of a mid-stage God King. His name was Yin Mingtian. Yin Mingtian greets the three esteemed guests of Dragon Gate. Yin Mingtian lowered his posture and greeted Ling Xiao and the others. Dragon Gate was a major force in the Sky Dragon territory. No matter how strong or weak their people were, other forces had to respect them. Kong Wen pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "This is my family's young master. I would like to borrow your territory for him to go into seclusion for a period of time. I wonder if Leader Yin can do this?" Although Kong Wen was asking for Yin Mingtian's opinion, his tone didn't allow anyone to refuse. Yin Mingtian knew that these people were abnormally arrogant, so he didn't think much of it. He said humbly, "This is the honor of the Cloud Ridge sect. Please come to our territory, young master and the two of you." At this time, Yin Mingtian saw Ling Xiao's age and strength clearly, and he was completely shocked. He was actually a demigod king who wasn't even 100 years old. He was definitely a monster of the Dragon Gate. Now that he was going into seclusion here, didn't that mean he was preparing to break through to the God King realm? Thinking of this, Yin Mingtian became even more respectful towards Ling Xiao and the others. If they could form a relationship with such a monster, their Cloud Ridge sect would be able to form a relationship with the Dragon Gate in the future. Their prestige would definitely be greater than it was now. After entering the Cloud Ridge sect's territory, Yin Mingtian immediately ordered people to set up a banquet to welcome Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao didn't put on any airs, nor was he in a hurry to break through. He accepted Yin Mingtian's hospitality. "Oh right, Leader Yin, can you help me find out where this person is? Say that he appeared in this area before." Ling Xiao took out a portrait of the evil emperor and asked. Yin Mingtian looked at the portrait and frowned. He thought for a while, then shook his head and showed the portrait to the other elders. They didn't seem to have seen the evil emperor before, or maybe it was too long ago that they didn't remember. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll go look for him myself after I break through." "Young Master Ling, give me the portrait. Our Cloud Ridge sect's word is law here. Maybe we can help you find him." Yin Mingtian didn't want to lose this opportunity to make friends, so he took on the task of finding the person. Ling Xiao didn't mind having one more person looking for his master. After giving Yin Mingtian some instructions, he asked Yin Mingtian to prepare a place for him to go into seclusion. Although the Cloud Ridge sect wasn't as powerful as the Dragon Gate, they still had a formation that could gather the origin energy. This kind of place was what Ling Xiao needed the most at the moment. Ling Xiao didn't drink the Ghost God Spring immediately after entering the place. Instead, he adjusted his body's condition first. His divine soul, spirit bridge, and Dantian were closely related. Now that his divine soul and spirit bridge were formed, and he had accumulated more than 100 drops of divine power, he became a demigod king. If he wanted to break through and become a real god king, he would need to accumulate at least 1,000 drops of divine power. In the future, as his divine power increased, his strength would continue to rise. One should not underestimate the 1,000 droplets of divine power required. After all, every droplet of divine power contained an extremely terrifying amount of power. They were all condensed from origin energy, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy. Every droplet of divine power was enough to destroy an entire city. Ling Xiao sorted out the connection between the three, then took out 5 bottles of Ghost God Spring and placed them in front of him. For others, a bottle of Ghost God Spring might be enough to break through from a demigod king to a real god king. However, for Ling Xiao, he needed more power than others, so he had to prepare a few more bottles. Anyway, he had obtained a lot of Ghost God Spring from the Ghost Divine Pond. After Ling Xiao took a deep breath, he drank all 5 bottles of Ghost God Spring in one go. As the Ghost God Spring entered his mouth, a cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. These powers were rapidly absorbed by his sea of consciousness, divine soul, and the 5-colored Dantian. Waves of energy, as vast as the sea, nourished Ling Xiao's muscles, skin, flesh, organs, and bones. Ling Xiao's body emitted layers of holy light, and colorful powers kept changing and mixing inside and outside of his body. His divine soul and Dantian were filled to the brim by these energies, and the divine bridge began to emit a brilliant light, becoming extremely condensed. The two types of energies began to converge with it as an intermediary point, producing new energies. Chapter 1164. Not only could the ghost god spring allow a person to condense their divine soul and increase their soul power, but it could also increase their divine power. Ling Zhao's divine soul had long since reached the peak of the low-level god-king realm. With the help of the ghost god spring, he immediately broke through the shackles and reached the mid-level god-king realm. Ling Zhao's five-colored dantian also absorbed a large amount of divine spring's energy. The power of his divine soul and dantian converged towards the divine bridge at the same time and fused together, producing pure and flawless five-colored divine power. If someone could see Ling Zhao's divine power, they would definitely discover that every drop of his divine power was 5 times larger than an ordinary god king's, and his strength was also more than 5 times stronger. As the divine power formed bit by bit, Ling Zhao's strength began to increase. Ling Zhao was intoxicated by the pleasure of increasing his strength, completely unaware that time was constantly flying by. Many energies were continuously gathering towards his seclusion area. The 5 elemental energies gathered together, forming a 5-colored divine light that shone dazzlingly outside his seclusion grounds, illuminating every corner of the Cloudy Ridge sect. This caused everyone in the Yingang sect to be alarmed. They were all trying to guess which ancestor's breakthrough had caused such a phenomenon. Outside the seclusion room, Kong Wen and Kong Wu were guarding it loyally. However, they were also shocked by the phenomenon caused by Ling Zhao's breakthrough. Big brother, is this young master really breaking through to the God King realm? Kong Wu gulped. He could feel the terrifying energy within the seclusion room, and it didn't seem to be any weaker than a mid-level God King's. Kong Wen said, "How can the young master be compared to others? Otherwise, the sect leader wouldn't value him so much. I think that after the young master breaks through, his battle prowess definitely won't be any weaker than ours." What? That's impossible. Kong Wu didn't quite agree. Even though he felt that Ling Zhao might not be any weaker than a mid-level God King after breaking through, they were still at the peak of mid-level God King. They weren't people that ordinary mid-level God Kings could compare to. Nothing is impossible. Look at the origin energy here. Metal, wood, water, fire, and wind. There are a total of 5 types. Young Master is also a member of the clan. He cultivates all 5 elements at the same time, and has the ancient Emperor Divine Art to increase his strength. Think about it. Is this something an ordinary person can compare to? Kong Wen said with a happy expression. The stronger Ling Zhao was, the more attention he would receive from the sect. Then the status of the 2 protector elders would also rise in the future. Of course, Kong Wen was happy. Kong Wu nodded in understanding. That's right. This time, we must protect young master well. Who knows, young master might become the future young sect master. This matter is too far away. It's not something we can discuss. Kong Wen immediately stopped Kong Wu and said, "However, I feel that young master is different from other disciples. His future achievements will definitely be limitless. In the future, we must absolutely obey young master's orders. We must not make any mistakes." Kong Wu nodded seriously, expressing his agreement. In another direction, Yun Mingtian and a few God King elders also stood together, watching the movements on Ling Zhao's side. As expected of a monstrous disciple of a large sect, he actually gathered 5 types of origin energy to break through to the God King realm. Once he succeeds, he will definitely be the strongest existence at the same level. Yin Mingtian sighed. That's right, that person reached this level at such a young age. He must have condensed his divine soul when the soul divine pond opened not long ago, and obtained the capital to break through. The various resources provided by large forces are really generous. A God King elder replied enviously. Then another person said, "I heard that those people all rushed back to their own forces to break through. I really don't know why he wants to break through in a small place like ours. Maybe he can't suppress his realm, or maybe he's a little too impatient. No matter what, we must treat them well. We must not offend them. Also, order the people below to do their best to find the person in the painting." In the blink of an eye, More than half a year had passed. When the five-colored divine power above the Yungang sect reached its peak, it all rushed into the seclusion room and disappeared. In the end, a terrifying aura came from the seclusion room, and it actually forcefully broke through all the restrictions in the room. The storm-like power almost destroyed the seclusion room, giving Kong Wen, Kong Wu, and many other people from the Yungang sect who were paying attention to the commotion a big fright. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The seclusion room trembled incessantly, and a series of terrifying explosions rang out. After a long while, the sound disappeared, and everything returned to peace. At this moment, the seclusion room quietly opened, and a figure slowly walked out. Wasn't he Ling Xiao, who had broken through to the God King realm? At this moment, his beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. He was in high spirits, and his eyes were like torches. Waves of five-colored divine light shone on his body, as if a peerless dragon could be seen coiling around him. His entire person looked so domineering, noble, dignified, and perfect. Looking at his appearance, it went without saying that he had truly broken through to the God King realm. Congratulations, young master. Kong Wen and Kong Wu bowed and said very sincerely, "Elders, there's no need." Ling Xiao revealed a happy smile. He had waited for this day for a long time. Finally, he had reached the God King realm. He felt that every movement of his possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. He also developed an unprecedented confidence, as if no matter how strong his opponent was, he could defeat them. He realized that he was now completely different from before. Although the difference between the Holy Emperor and the God King realm was only one realm, there was definitely a huge gap between the two. It was definitely not something that could be compared to the power of other realms. Whether it was his soul, dantian, or physical body, all of his muscles and energy had completely changed. This kind of change was enough to make the structure of his body different from that of an ordinary person. This was the true change that could make him immortal. At the same time, he also had the power to create things, which was very different from ordinary elemental powers. It was also something that the Holy Emperor could not compare to. At this time, Yin Mingtian brought a group of elders from the Yungang sect over to congratulate Ling Xiao. They had already prepared a wedding banquet for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not refuse. If it wasn't for the seclusion room of the Yungang sect, he would not have been able to break through so smoothly. At the banquet, Yin Mingtian brought a piece of good news to Ling Xiao. He had actually found some clues about the evil emperor. This made Ling Xiao extremely excited. "Cult Master Yin, tell me quickly. My master, where is the person I'm looking for?" Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Yin Mingtian said, "Young Master Ling, don't worry. We didn't get the exact information about the person you're looking for. There's someone who should know the person you're looking for, and she's currently in the city under our control. It's said that the person you're looking for had a close relationship with her more than 100 years ago. However, the person you're looking for later disappeared, and she's still there. Even though she's living in seclusion, there are still people in our territory who remember this." "Who is that person? Take me to her," Ling Xiao asked. "Don't worry, let me finish. That person has some background, and it's not good for us to offend her," Yin Mingtian said. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but Kong Wu said unhappily, "Is there someone stronger than us, Dragon Gate?" Yin Mingtian quickly waved his hand. "No, that's not what I meant," Ling Xiao said. "Tell me, where did that person come from? Do you know of the Shu family of the Sword Land?" Yin Mingtian asked. Ling Xiao frowned. He had never heard of the Shu family of the Sword Land. Kong Wen, on the other hand, had already answered. "You're talking about the alchemy aristocratic family, the Shu clan, which is affiliated to the Shi clan?" Yin Mingtian nodded. "As far as I know, that person is the young miss of the Shu family, Shu Ziqian." "I don't know what happened, but she has already fallen out with her family. She's hiding in the Yungang sect, but she hasn't been discovered by the Shu family. If you hadn't asked me to find her, I wouldn't have known that she was hiding in our territory." "Oh, so what?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. If it was the sword cleansing manner, Ling Xiao would have some concerns. However, it was just a subordinate force, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Yin Mingtian looked at the confident Ling Xiao and thought to himself, "They're from the Dragon Gate, so why should I waste my breath? I'll just let them interfere." Yin Mingtian didn't want to explain anymore, so he immediately planned to personally bring Ling Xiao to find Xu Ziqian. However, this time Ling Xiao rejected Yin Mingtian's good intentions and asked him to arrange for someone to lead the way. This time, they were mainly here to find someone. They didn't want to make a big fuss. Yin Mingtian could only accept Ling Xiao's suggestion, but he also arranged for a Divine King Elder to bring Ling Xiao and the others there. As the saying goes, a big hermit hides in the city, a small hermit hides in the forest. The Xu family wanted to find Xu Ziqian's whereabouts, but they didn't know that she was actually hiding in Yungang City. She had been living in seclusion and had used a special holy artifact to change her appearance, but the eyes and ears of the Yungang sect had long known of her existence. She lived in an inconspicuous manner, and even hired a few ordinary martial artists as attendants. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, the servants in the manor stopped them. "What can I do for you, sirs?" A servant bowed and greeted. "I'm an elder of the Yungang sect. I have something to discuss with your master," the elder of the Yungang sect said in a deep voice. When the servants heard that the people who had come were from the Yungang sect, they immediately trembled and made way. After all, the Yungang sect was a great power in this area, and it was within their jurisdiction. Ling Xiao and the others walked in without any trace of politeness. However, before they could reach the house, an old woman with a bent back walked out and said, "Who are you?" Ling Xiao was already a low-level god king, so he wouldn't even put an ordinary middle-level god king in his eyes. However, when facing this old woman, he had a feeling that he couldn't see through her, and he felt that this old woman's strength should be far above his. He could determine that she was at least a high-level god king. At this time, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards the old woman and went straight to the point. "Senior, we have something to discuss with Miss Xu Ziqian. We know that she's inside. Please come out and meet us." Chapter 1165. There's no Xu Ziqian here that you're looking for. Hurry up and leave, or else don't blame me for being impolite," the old woman said rather rudely. The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect said sternly, "I am an elder of the Cloud Ridge sect. You don't need to hide it anymore. We already know that Miss Xu Ziqian is here." The old woman instantly became angry and said, "Do you think this old one is afraid of your Cloud Ridge sect?" With that, her petite body released a terrifying aura that pressed down on the elder of the Cloud Ridge sect. The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect was instantly forced to retreat more than 10 steps. His face turned pale and unsightly. This was the territory of the Cloud Ridge sect. Yet someone had actually dared to bully them. "You." The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect pointed at the old woman and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. "You can go back first. Leave this to us." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Oh right, remember to thank sect leader Yin for his help. In the future, Ling Xiao will definitely repay him." The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect was somewhat unwilling, but he didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's wishes. After bowing to Ling Xiao, he left. "You guys leave as well. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The old woman glared at Ling Xiao and the other two. "How dare you? Do you know who my young master is?" Kong Wu couldn't help but shout. "I don't care who you are. In short, you are not welcome here," the old woman said mercilessly. Kong Wu still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao stopped him, and then said to the old woman, "Senior, to be honest, we are not here to cause trouble for Miss Xu, but we want to ask her about another person, and as far as I know, that person has come into contact with her before. That person is very important to me. I hope you can tell Miss Xu, okay? I've already said that there is no Miss Xu here. You can leave." Seeing that Ling Xiao was still polite, the old woman immediately eased her tone and said. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He did not expect the other party to have such an attitude. It seems that Xu Ziqian did not want the Xu family to know that she was here. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the painting of the evil emperor and said to the old lady, "Senior, I just want to ask Miss Xu if she knows this person. I only need an answer. If you are not willing, then don't blame me for barging in." Ling Xiao was helpless as well. He was anxious to find the whereabouts of the evil emperor, and he would definitely not let go of any opportunity. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Kong Wen and Kong Wu immediately released their powerful auras. The old woman narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she caught a glimpse of the person in the portrait in Ling Xiao's hand. She immediately asked in a deep voice, "Who is the person in the portrait to you?" Enemies? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "It's a very important person to me." The old woman looked at Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wait here, I'll go back and inform Miss." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He knew that there was definitely a chance. After a while, the old woman came out again and said, "Miss, only you are allowed to enter." Kong Wen and Kong Wu were a little dissatisfied. They were both worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was bold and skillful. After giving them a meaningful glance, he strode into the house. Just as he walked into the house, he saw a middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes looking at Ling Xiao with some vigilance. This middle-aged woman's face was yellow and pale, without any color of blood, but her figure was abnormally full and charming, which was a huge difference from her appearance. Anyone could see that she must have used some kind of makeup technique to change her appearance. Based on the legends of his master, the evil emperor, that Ling Xiao had heard in the central region, he was sure that this woman definitely had the charm to attract any man, just like her figure. Otherwise, why would his master have a relationship with her? "Why are you looking for him?" The middle-aged woman went straight to the point. Ling Xiao felt that this woman might be related to his master. As for whether she was his master's woman or not, Ling Xiao didn't want to guess. The only thing he was sure of was that this woman shouldn't be his master's enemy. "I'm from the Xianling continent. He's my relative." Ling Xiao didn't intend to beat around the bush and said directly. The middle-aged woman kept staring at Ling Xiao, trying to find something from Ling Xiao. After a while, the middle-aged woman sighed softly. "He died more than 100 years ago." Ling Xiao frowned and shouted, "You're lying." After a pause he said, "To tell you the truth, he is my master, the evil emperor. I don't know what relationship you have with him, but please tell me where he is now." "What? He's your master?" The middle-aged woman finally revealed a shocked expression. "That's right, so please tell me about him. The jade tube of life in my hand can only roughly tell where he is, but I can't find the specific location." After saying that, Ling Xiao took out the jade tube of life. The jade tube of life flashed, proving that the evil emperor was still alive, and the direction it sensed was above this area. It was just that the range was too large, and it was not easy to find a person. With the jade tube of life, the middle-aged woman was finally sure of Ling Xiao's identity, but she still said with doubt, "I've never heard of him accepting any disciple. Are you lying to me?" Ling Xiao was about to go crazy. This woman's paranoia was too heavy. "Believe it or not, I just want to know where he went. Don't tell me he really entered the chaotic burial space." Ling Xiao said impatiently. The middle-aged woman looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. "Since you already know, why are you still asking me?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. He really wanted to put her down and search her memory, but he was afraid that she might be his teacher's other wife. He could only sigh and say, "Sorry for bothering you. I'll go to the chaotic burial space to find my teacher. I don't believe that I can't find him." After saying that, Ling Xiao did not continue to ask the woman, turned around and left. Just as he walked to the door, the middle-aged woman spoke again. "Don't go, I believe you." "So what if you believe me? Can you tell me where he is?" Ling Xiao turned back and asked. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, then tore off the genuine leather mask on her face, revealing a peerless and elegant face, coupled with her full and attractive body. Her whole person looked full of charm, charming and moving. Although Ling Xiao was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, but he was still attracted by her peerless beauty for a moment. "What is your name?" Xu Ziqian suddenly changed back to her original appearance, with a bit of charm. She was probably born with this kind of charm, and it was very captivating. Ling Xiao took a light breath, restored his calmness and said, "My name is Ling Xiao." "A very good name, just like your master. You have a face that seduces women." Xu Ziqian looked up and down at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes rippling with a bit of inexplicable meaning. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to know if my master really entered the chaotic burial space? Ling Xiao asked. At this time, Xu Ziqian finally revealed a bit of sadness, nodded and said, yes, he entered the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao had already prepared for the worst, but when he heard Xu Ziqian's answer, he still became nervous. He looked at the chaotic burial space from afar. There was a chaotic and terrible power there. Once one was sucked in, he didn't know which corner of the space he would be banished to. Moreover, it was full of all kinds of terrible power. If one wanted to survive there, he was afraid that it would be very difficult. Although he was sure that his master was not dead, he was afraid that he would be trapped inside and wouldn't be able to come out. Good. Thank you for telling me. Ling Xiao complied and once again walked out. He made up his mind, no matter what, he must go to the chaotic burial space, otherwise he didn't know how to explain it to his master's wife. Wait, do you really believe my words? Xu Ziqian stopped Ling Xiao. I believe that you have no reason to deceive me, replied Ling Xiao. Xu Ziqian forced a smile and said, haha, do you really want to go to the chaotic burial space to find your master? That place is one of the forbidden areas. Even incipient God realm experts can't escape unscathed. So what? I can't just leave my master alone, right? He might be trapped in some place and can't get out. I believe he wants someone to go and help him, replied Ling Xiao. Xu Ziqian shook her head and sighed. If that's the case, I would have gone to help him already. Pausing for a while, she continued, since you're his disciple, you should sit down and talk with him before you leave. Don't you want to know what happened between me and him? Hearing Xu Ziqian's words, Ling Xiao didn't want to hurry and leave. Looking at Xu Ziqian's face, he could guess that this woman was his master's woman, or perhaps his other master's wife. Xu Ziqian had a nostalgic look on her face as she told him the story of how she met the evil emperor. That was hundreds of years ago. The evil emperor traveled around the Sky Dragon region, and coincidentally came to the Xu family's territory. At that time, Xu Ziqian, who was born in a noble family, was going to be sent to the sword-washing manor to be the future master's concubine. However, she didn't like being tied down, so she ran away from home. It was also at that time that she met the evil emperor. The woman was incomparably beautiful, and the man was handsome. It was easy for the sparks of passion to ignite. Moreover, the evil emperor was a romantic. Although his temperament changed as his cultivation base increased, his mortal heart still existed. The evil emperor captured Xu Ziqian's heart and took her to escape. The two of them ran through many places and were chased countless times. In the end, the evil emperor was forced to escape into the chaotic burial space. Originally, Xu Ziqian was almost captured by her family, but because of the evil emperor's plan to disturb the enemy and her aunt's secret help, she was able to live in seclusion here and wait for the evil emperor to return. However, this wait had been more than 100 years, and there was no news. If not for the fact that she had the evil emperor's jade cylinder of life and knew that he was not dead, she would have begged for mercy for him. Of course, the reason why she didn't enter the chaotic burial space to look for the evil emperor was because she knew that even if she went in, it would be useless. After all, the chaotic burial space was one of the 8 great forbidden grounds. If something happened to her and the evil emperor escaped and returned, wouldn't she die unjustly? Chapter 1166. After listening to Xu Ziqian's explanation, Ling Xiao could confirm that this was his other master's wife, and that the evil emperor had really entered the chaotic burial space. And the old woman with Xu Ziqian was Xu Ziqian's aunt. It was also because of her that they could live in seclusion here with peace of mind. That year, her aunt also agreed with Xu Ziqian's decision to find a cultivation companion she liked, and did not agree with her being sent to the sword-washing manor to be someone's concubine. It's been more than 100 years since I parted with your master. Although I know that he's still alive, but it's just like you said, he might be trapped inside and unable to come out. I have no way of helping him. If I were to go in recklessly, it would only lead to my death. Xu Ziqian's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness as she said. Ling Xiao's heart ached. He knew that this was another woman he missed deeply. Master's wife, don't be sad. Master is Tenbin Zhua, he will definitely come out. How about I go to the chaotic burial space tomorrow? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, but still called Xu Ziqian master's wife. You called me master's wife. Xu Ziqian's small mouth opened wide in surprise. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, If I don't call you master's wife, then what should I call you? Xu Ziqian laughed happily. After a while, she recovered her breath and said, This is the happiest I've been in more than 100 years. Yes, I'm your master's wife. From now on, you will always call me that, okay? Ling Xiao nodded seriously and said, Yes, master's wife. Okay, since you call me master's wife, then listen to my advice. Don't go into the chaotic burial space. Unless you can reach the incipient God realm one day, otherwise. Xu Ziqian sighed again. Ling Xiao understood that although his strength had increased drastically, and he possessed some trump cards that no one knew about, he had seen many god kings in the heaven region before. None of them dared to enter the disorderly grave space, so he could imagine just how terrifying it was. He wasn't confident that he could enter and leave there freely. However, he didn't know how to explain this to his other wife, Feng Qingyuan. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao decided to leave this matter to his mistress, Feng Qingyuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to find his master, but it was just like what Xu Ziqian had said. The chaotic burial space was vast and dangerous. Let alone finding someone, it would be amazing if he could protect himself. When Ling Xiao summoned Feng Qingyuan out, Xu Ziqian was shocked. For the time being, Ling Xiao did not have time to explain to her, so he immediately gave them a simple introduction, and then hurriedly left the room, leaving the two mistresses to discuss and solve the problem alone. Ling Xiao saw the old woman who had been waiting for him. He greeted her and was about to leave. However, the old woman stopped Ling Xiao and asked, Brat, who are you? The old woman's eyes flashed with vigilance, as if she was very suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take out his Dragon Gate identity token. I am now a member of Dragon Gate. Senior can call me Ling Xiao in the future. Clearly showing his identity as a member of Dragon Gate was to let the old woman know that other than being the disciple of the evil emperor, he was also a person of high status, and not someone who wanted to deceive them. As expected, although the old woman was willing to be disrespectful to the people of Yungang sect, she did not dare to be arrogant towards the people of Dragon Gate. Her face revealed a look of panic, and at the same time, there was a hint of surprise. Obviously, she did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an identity. Ling Xiao left the courtyard and went outside to get some fresh air. He was thinking, if he did not enter the chaotic burial space to find his master, what should he do next? Should he return to the Xianling continent to fetch his woman? Or should he go to the profound sky region to find Yunming Fei? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao decided to go to the profound sky region and inquire about Yunmingqi from the Lotus sect. After all, after so many years, his longing for her had reached an extreme point. If he could not find her whereabouts, he would not be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Moreover, he had not been in the heaven region for too long, and he believed that his family in the Xianling continent could still wait. Regardless of whether there were any results in the profound sky region or not, Ling Xiao had to find a way to return to the Xianling continent and bring his family to live in the heaven region. It was not that Ling Xiao did not care about his hometown, but that the heaven region was more suitable for cultivation. The Xianling continent had already lost a lot of its original energy, and if they stayed, they would at most have the strength of a saint. They would not be able to become a divine king, and they would not be able to live forever. Ling Xiao loved them, so how could he bear to let them leave him? About 2 hours later, the old woman came out and called Ling Xiao back to the house. Ling Xiao didn't know how his two mistresses were going, but no matter what the result was, he had to face it. He only prayed that the two of them did not fight. Otherwise, he could only help Feng Qingyuan's side. However, when they entered the house, they discovered that their eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that they had cried bitterly, but their hands were held together, which made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Feng Qingyuan let go of Xu Ziqian's hand and walked to Ling Xiao's side, saying, "Shower, it's been hard on you all these years. If you hadn't brought me to the heaven region, I wouldn't have known about your master." Indeed, if she had gone to the heaven region by herself back then, the 9 layers of spatial barriers would have been too much for her to handle. How could she have come to the heaven region so smoothly and become the Holy Emperor's power? Ling Xiao said, "Mistress, don't say that. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have delayed it for so long. It's just that master, he..." Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, Feng Qingyuan had already stopped him and said, "I've already heard about this from little sister Ziqian. In the future, don't look for your master anymore. I've already decided to stay here with little sister Ziqian and wait for your master to come out of the mass burial space." "What? Mistress, have you thought it through?" Ling Xiao said in astonishment. All these years, he knew how deep Feng Qingyuan's feelings for his master were. He thought that Feng Qingyuan would ask him to enter the mass burial space to look for someone. Now that she had made such a decision, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Feng Qingyuan revealed a bitter smile and said, "Your master is not dead, and will come out one day. If we go in to look for him, I'm afraid something will happen before we can find him. I miss your master, but I can't let him down. I definitely can't let you take this risk. So Shower, you have to promise me, without absolute certainty, you definitely won't enter the mass burial space." Hearing Feng Qingyuan's pleading words, Ling Xiao knew that she had made up her mind this time. Ling Xiao also understood the relationship between them, and immediately nodded his head. "Mistress, don't worry, I know what to do, and I believe that master will definitely be able to come out of there." That's good, that's good," Feng Qingyuan replied repeatedly. In the next few days, Ling Xiao stayed here and chatted with the 2 mistresses. However, most of them were talking about his master, the evil emperor. Ling Xiao also learned a lot about his master after he came to the heaven domain. When his master entered the chaotic burial space, he was already a mid-level god king. With his unique origin returning divine art, he definitely had the ability to fight above his realm. This might be the reason why he was able to survive in the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao felt that Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian were already as close as sisters. They were already deeply in love with his master, and were willing to wait for him to return. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. He felt that he could do something more for them. Thus, he brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to the Cloud Ridge sect once again. He had Yun Mengtian give the order that no one else should know anything about Xu Ziqian, and that they should protect their safety at the right time. Yun Mengtian naturally agreed to everything. Although he was afraid of the Shu family and the sword-washing manner, the Dragon Gate was the strongest existence. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate and told the people above that the Cloud Ridge sect was under the protection of the Dragon Gate, no one would dare to cause trouble for them. This was all Ling Xiao could do for them. Since Ling Xiao no longer entered the mass burial space, he did not plan to stay any longer. Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian both knew that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to stay here with them forever. Thus, after saying some words of concern to Ling Xiao, they advised him to return to the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. "Mistress, I firmly believe that master will come out one day. Don't worry too much. When I have time in the future, I will come to see you. If you have any problems, go to the Cloud Ridge sect and ask them for help. I have already informed them. If master comes out, please send me a message. I will definitely come to see him. And we know what to do. Don't worry, you have to take good care of your body in the future. Don't always take risks when you do something. Now that your identity is different, as long as you work hard, one day, you will be able to become famous in the heavenly region." Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao earnestly as an elder. Xu Ziqian also smiled and said, "If I didn't hear about your deeds from big sister Qingyuan, I wouldn't have known that I had such an outstanding disciple. In the future, if you can reach the sovereign realm and your master hasn't come out, then our hope will be on you. You must continue to work hard. And mistress, you too have to take care too." Ling Xiao nodded and said. After saying a few more words of farewell, He was finally on his way back to the Dragon Gate. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he broken through to the God King realm, but Yu Rofei, Sha Tian, and Xian Yuyi had also broken through to the God Soul realm. Yu Rofei and Sha Tian both had the qualifications to step into the Demigod King realm, but they had accumulated too little energy, and were unable to convert it into divine power in a short period of time. As for Xin Yuyi, he had become a divine soul, and was also a demigod king. As long as he was given the Ghost Divine Spring, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he would also break through to the Divine King realm. Therefore, after returning to the Dragon Gate this time, Ling Xiao decided to let them go into seclusion for a long time to break through. As for him, he was going to head to the profound sky region to search for news of Yin Mingqi. He had waited for this day for a long time, and it made him a little impatient. His heart was filled with anticipation and worry. He hoped that he could really find Yin Mingqi, but he was also worried that if Yin Mingqi wasn't here, then what should he do? Chapter 1167. Ling Xiao left Fengqing Yuan and Xu Ziqian, and immediately went back to Dragon Gate. He was not in a hurry to go to the mysterious sky territory, because he needed to prepare a few things first. Ling Xiao smoothly returned to Dragon Gate, and immediately went to the main hall to see Ling Chen. Ling Chen immediately received Ling Xiao. He had heard about Ling Xiao's achievements in the Soul Divine Pond, so he was very happy about what Ling Xiao had done. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao had reached the King God realm, he was even more surprised. Good, really good, you have reached the God realm, haha. This is the first person in our Dragon Gate's 10,000 years to reach the King God realm at such a fast speed. Ling Xiao, you can be compared to many outstanding characters in history. Ling Chen was very happy to praise Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. Gate Master, you are too polite, I was just lucky. Ling Chen waved his hand and said, you don't need to be modest. The truth is in front of me. Do you think I can't tell? After pausing for a while, he continued, it seems like I need to hold a reward ceremony in a few days. With your Tenbin power, you have already surpassed many of your peers. Our clan will need to rely on you to carry the burden in the future. How old was Ling Xiao? Not to mention 100 years old, he wasn't even 80 years old. With his Tenbin breaking through to the King God realm, it was the same as having a good God base. In the future, when he wanted to reach the incipient God realm, he would have an innate advantage over everyone else. Maybe after several thousand years, their Dragon Gate would have another incipient God realm expert. At that time, their Dragon Gate's position would be even more unshakable. Within the Heavenly Dragon sect, who else would dare to provoke them excessively? Thus, Ling Chen felt that it was necessary to reward Ling Xiao. Only a bastard wouldn't want such a good thing. Ling Xiao wasn't a bastard, so he naturally wouldn't refuse the title that Ling Chen was going to give him. In a few days, you'll be a true inner sect elder of my Dragon Gate. You can't be like before, only enjoying resources and not contributing, said Ling Chen. Ling Xiao understood very well that the development of any force could not do without all sorts of resources. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had acknowledged his ancestry, and was a member of Dragon Gate. He hadn't made any contributions yet, so Ling Chen's request was understandable. What do I need to do? Ling Xiao asked. As an inner sect elder, you don't need to hunt holy beasts or search for holy treasures or divine materials. But if you find any divine items, you can provide them to the sect. Of course, the sect won't mistreat you. You can use divine items of the same level to exchange for divine crystals. In addition, you can choose to manage some affairs in the sect, such as commanding troops, leading teams to search for resources. Ling Chen talked incessantly. Ling Xiao thought about it, and felt that among all the things that Ling Chen had said, only the exchange of divine items satisfied him. He wasn't too interested in the other things. How about it? Do you have any suitable ones? How about letting you manage some resource extraction? You only need to ask your subordinates to do it. You don't need to do it yourself. If you can contribute, it won't delay your cultivation. The only thing you need to do is to protect the resource industry, said Ling Chen. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Master, I can't do these things. No way, do you just want to enjoy it and not contribute? Ling Chen said unhappily. Ling Xiao said, of course not. As he said that, he took out a pot of Ghost God Spring and said, Sect Master, I have a pot of Ghost God Spring here. Does this count as my contribution to the sect? What you said this is the Ghost God Spring? Ling Chen said in shock. Of course. Back then, brother told me that there was a divine spring there, so I went to look for it. I didn't think that I would actually get some. Otherwise I wouldn't have broken through to the God King realm so quickly. This pot should be enough for 100 people, right? Ling Xiao nodded and said. Contributing such a pot of Ghost God Spring made Ling Xiao's heart ache. He had experienced a lot of danger to obtain it. Fortunately, he still had a lot in stock, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Ling Chen took Ling Xiao's Ghost God Spring without any hesitation and said with a smile, Good. In all these years, no one has been able to take out the Ghost God Spring from the Ghost God Pond. Ling Xiao, you should remember this great contribution. With this pot of Ghost God Spring, you can get a lot of divine crystals, spirit herbs, or pills for cultivation. Dragon Gate was the #1 power, so it naturally had a lot of divine items. However, this Ghost God Spring could be considered a high-grade divine item, worthy of Ling Chen's praise. Just give me some divine crystals, or divine herbs. Ling Xiao replied casually. Well, that's what I should do. When the time comes, I'll let the elders under me evaluate the contribution value. And then I'll have someone send it to your courtyard, Ling Chen said. Then he added, strive to make more contributions so that your position in the sect will be higher. Yes. Ling Xiao replied and was about to leave. However, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Right, if I can refine a saint pill or a divine pill, is this considered a contribution to the sect? Of course it is. Ling Chen replied casually. Suddenly he looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said, What do you mean by that? Do you know a saint alchemist? Our sect does have a lot of saint alchemists, but if you can rope them in, we can also give them the position of an inner court deacon. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, Why should I rope them in? I'm an alchemist. Ling Chen sized Ling Xiao up and down and burst into laughter, saying, Haha, you're an alchemist? Rank 3 or rank 4 alchemist? I'm afraid that you don't even know alchemy, right? Ling Chen naturally did not believe that Ling Xiao was an alchemist. Even if he was an alchemist, it was also not up to the mark. After all, Ling Xiao could reach Divine King realm at such a young age. He felt that Ling Xiao spent most of his time on cultivation. How could he have the rest of the time to go and refine pills? That was an even more time-consuming occupation. Ling Xiao was unable to explain to him for a moment, and could only spread his hands and said, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I think I should be able to become a divine alchemist. When Ling Chen heard Ling Xiao say that he wanted to become a divine alchemist, he was even more incredulous. Ling Xiao could not explain for the time being. He could only change the topic and asked about Xiao Ling's news. Speaking of which, Ling Chen was Xiao Ling's uncle. He naturally knew about the relationship between Xiao Ling and Xiao Zhensai. Through Ling Chen's words, Ling Xiao found out that Xiao Ling's parents had already arrived a few months ago to fetch Xiao Ling back to the Profound Sky region. And Xiao Zhensai had nothing to do and also returned to the Xiao family to visit relatives. After Ling Xiao understood this fact, he also felt relieved. After leaving the main hall, Ling Xiao immediately returned to his own courtyard. It was just that there was an unexpected guest in his courtyard. Why are you here? Ling Xiao looked at the person in his courtyard in astonishment. That person was actually one of the most outstanding direct disciples in the sect, Chang Haoyou. At this moment, he had already broken through to the Divine King realm like Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao return, he immediately stood up and looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. Then he bowed to Ling Xiao and said sincerely, Thank you, Junior Ling Xiao, for saving my life. Ling Xiao did not expect Chang Haoyou to do this. He quickly went over and helped Chang Haoyou up. Senior Chang, what are you doing? Chang Haoyou said rather seriously. If not for you, Junior Ling Xiao, I would have died in the Ghost Divine Pond, and I would not have been able to take another step forward. I, Chang Haoyou, am not talented, but I am willing to follow Junior Brother and help Junior Brother with anything. Back in the Ghost Divine Pond, when Chang Haoyou fought with Yu Yong, he was injured by Yu Yong's origin poison qi. Originally, he was already in a dead end, but Ling Xiao helped him block Jiang Huahu's attack and obtained the antidote to cure him. Ling Xiao was indeed Chang Haoyou's benefactor. Chang Haoyou was originally a person who valued friendship. Ling Xiao was able to save his life despite his misunderstanding, so he decided to follow Ling Xiao in the future. Although the two of them were from the same sect and were both outstanding disciples, they had the right to choose to follow someone stronger than them. For example, the dead Lei Xingyang always had a few followers by his side, and they all followed Lei Xingyang's lead. And Chang Haoyou planned to help Ling Xiao from now on. He also believed that Ling Xiao's future achievements would definitely be above his, above all his peers. After all, in the Ghost Divine Pond, he had personally witnessed Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength and killing intent. Senior Brother Chang, please sit down first. Ling Xiao first calmed Chang Haoyou, and then he said very seriously, Senior Brother Chang, you and I are from the same sect, and we should help each other. Why do you have to say such things? Aren't you trying to make things difficult for me? Moreover, with Senior Brother's tenbin and strength, you will soon become a pillar of the sect. If you follow me, I'm afraid it will only harm you. Moreover, your master will definitely not agree. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Ever since Ling Xiao began his cultivation, there were many who followed him, but he did not want anyone to be forced to follow him. Moreover, in the entire Sky Dragon district, there were only a few monstrous geniuses like Chang Haoyou who could compare to him. If such a person followed Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to be cautious. Otherwise, Chang Haoyou's master would probably come knocking on his door to demand an explanation. Junior Brother, you don't have to worry about this. I've already spoken to my master about this. In the future, if your progress is slower than mine, I will naturally leave you. But from now on, I hope to follow you everywhere and repay the kindness you have shown me. Chang Haoyou said very seriously. From his expression, it could be seen that he had made up his mind. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, since that's the case, then Senior Brother should work hard with me in the future. Let's not talk about who is following who. If you have anything to do, you can go at any time. You have your freedom. We are all Senior Brothers. After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, however, it doesn't seem possible for you to surpass me. You have to be prepared for this first. Chang Haoyou really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so open-minded and magnanimous. He immediately looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and said, and in the future, if Junior Brother has any orders, Senior Brother will definitely do his best. Hee, don't make it sound so serious. You can choose a room here to stay first. If there's anything in the future, I will try my best to tell you. I have something to do now. Ling Xiao laughed and walked towards the seclusion room. He planned to let Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xin Yi cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, and he was going to enter the last level of the Divine Cauldron. Chapter 1168. Yuro Fei and Sha Tian had long since reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and had condensed their divine soul in the Ghost Divine Pond, so they were already qualified to break through to the Demigod King or Divine King realm. As for Xin Yi, he was the same as Ling Xiao, who had reached the Demigod King realm. Ling Xiao only needed to provide them with the Ghost Divine Spring, and they would be able to break through to a higher realm. The three of them originally had nothing to do, but after receiving the Ghost Divine Spring that Ling Xiao had provided, they naturally entered a state of closed-door cultivation. After Ling Xiao arranged for them, he returned to the hall and chatted with Chang Haoyou for a while, then returned to the clan to report. Returning to the clan grounds, those old fellows were overjoyed to see that Ling Xiao's strength had risen by a level and had reached the Divine King realm. They even gathered their clansmen to announce that Ling Xiao had become a Divine King, and celebrated for 3 days. After all, every Divine King was what the various great powers needed the most, and not everyone had the ability to break through this heaven cushion. As the fastest monster to break through to the Divine King realm in 10,000 years, Ling Xiao naturally had to be taken seriously. After the celebration, Patriarch Ling Bo summoned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I have already sent the dragon bones and dragon tendons you need to the outer sect. Your weapon has also been upgraded. Have you gone to retrieve it? Ling Bo asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I haven't gone to retrieve it yet. I'll go again in a few days. Ling Bo revealed a complicated expression and replied softly, No wonder. What's wrong? Could it be that the level of advancement is not high? Or did something happen? Ling Xiao asked. There is a situation, but you will know when you return to the outer sect. You are already a divine king now, so you should settle this yourself. Ling Bo replied. Then he changed the topic. Your strength is different now. As a member of our Golden Dragon clan, you can have a flood dragon sacred beast for protection. You can give up your previous sacred beast for protection. Just a flood dragon spirit beast? Are there no true dragon divine beasts to choose from? Ling Xiao asked. What do you take dragons for? It's already very impressive to have a dragon sacred beast. If you want a true dragon mythological beast, it's not impossible, but you have to rely on yourself to communicate with the dragons. However, they are naturally arrogant, so it's impossible for them to surrender. It's already good enough that they can get along with you as equals. Ling Bo said snappily. Then forget it. I really don't fancy anyone who hasn't reached the level of a divine beast. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. The dragons were the holy beasts closest to the true dragons. However, Ling Xiao had once had 2 holy beasts following him. He really wouldn't give up on the Golden Wolf King for the sake of the Flood Dragon. After all, the Golden Wolf King was a mutated spirit beast, and its potential was not much less than that of the Flood Dragon. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao planned to release it, the Liger Beast, and the Dragon Horse so that they could grow up in the dragon-gazing mountain range. They could no longer keep up with the speed of his advancement, and had temporarily become a burden. Although he had been providing them with beast cores all these years, they needed to digest and absorb them step by step. How could they level up as quickly as he did? You brat. Ling Bo laughed bitterly, then said, Do you know that only a few people in the clan can obtain the approval of the dragons and have a true dragon mythological beast following them? I really don't know what to say about you. Patriarch, don't worry. I have a plan in mind. My protective spirit beast is fine. Ling Xiao replied. Then after they chatted for a while, Ling Xiao said his goodbyes. Ling Xiao had already advanced to the Divine King realm. He could choose an uninhabited mountain peak in this majestic mountain range as his territory. If there was no urgent matter, others would definitely not be able to easily set foot on it. After Ling Xiao chose a mountain peak, he released his 3 great spirit beasts. The strongest was still the Liger Beast, which had already reached the middle stage of the Stage 9. The Golden Wolf King was at the low stage of the Stage 9, and the Dragon Horse was a bit weaker, only at the middle stage of the Stage 8. Before they reached the 10th order, Ling Xiao did not plan to bring them with him for the time being. Ling Xiao specially opened a cave that belonged to him alone. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao had specially used stone materials to decorate it, making it different from the cave that was temporarily opened in the past. In addition, he had also set up many restrictions. Some were warning restrictions, while others were concealment restrictions. He was not worried that someone would disturb him, but he was afraid that the phenomenon that he was about to create would destroy this place. That would be a waste of his efforts. This was because from today onwards, he would have to go into seclusion to refine pills for a period of time to recover his alchemy skills that he had neglected for 3 to 4 years. After doing all this, Ling Xiao did not immediately start refining pills. Instead, he entered the medicine cauldron and prepared to enter the last level to obtain the inheritance of the divine alchemist. Only in this way could he better reach the realm of a divine alchemist. Greetings, esteemed master. Obsidian appeared in front of Ling Xiao respectfully and bowed. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to this deceiving guy, and went straight to the last barrier. As long as he passed this level, he would receive all the inheritance of the divine alchemist. He could not hide the excitement in his heart. In the past, those barriers were destroyed by Ling Xiao with a punch. This time was no exception. He gathered his strength and blasted towards the glowing door. Boom! The powerful force collided with it and made a deafening sound. Ling Xiao was already a god king, but he did not break the door under his full force. Instead, he was thrown far away by a terrifying force, almost causing him to bleed. F***ck, what's going on? Ling Xiao cursed. His words were naturally directed at Obsidian. Obsidian immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Master, you're still as rude as ever. Didn't I tell you long ago that you only need to use your mind to penetrate here, and you can enter the last level?" Ling Xiao's face was full of black lines and he cursed. This bastard, he knew it was going to be like this, but he didn't say it earlier. However, when he entered the third level, Obsidian did have such a reminder. However, he felt that he could use force to break it, so he did not take this matter seriously. Unexpectedly, this time he reached the God King realm, but he could not open it, which really made him depressed. Ling Xiao did not speak to Obsidian, and his soul power overflowed towards the door. However, he found that the door still could not open, and his soul power was completely excluded. Ling Xiao could not help but shout at Obsidian, "What's going on? I can't even open it." Obsidian said, "Master, you used soul power just now, not mind power. Do you know what mind power is? It's a kind of reaction." Obsidian showed a very patient look to Ling Xiao and explained endlessly. Ling Xiao almost collapsed, and he silently said in his heart, "Open the door." Just like that, the door was opened. Ling Xiao patted his forehead, ignored Obsidian, who was still talking, and flew inside. "Congratulations, you are the first person to enter the last level and obtain my inheritance. In the future, you will be the disciple of my first-generation medicine god, and my inheritance will also be inherited by you. In the future, carry forward the art of alchemy and bring glory to my family." The medicine god's voice resounded mightily in this level. As soon as Ling Xiao stood firm, a mass of power immediately rushed into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to digest the medicine god's last memory inheritance. This memory inheritance contained the most primitive alchemy techniques, the most perfect pill recipes, and the most vast knowledge of divine herbs. All of this was all-encompassing, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to digest it in a short time. He finally understood that the medicine god was worthy of being the first master of the obsidian cauldron. He was the most powerful alchemist in ancient times, and it could be said that he was the originator of alchemy. For him to be able to obtain these inheritances, it was equivalent to the medicine god's rebirth, and he passed on all his alchemy techniques to Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao continued to practice alchemy, he would definitely become the most powerful alchemist in the future. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, his dragon eyes were already full of incomparable confidence. With his current strength, he only needed to practice for a period of time, and he would definitely be able to refine a real divine pill. Ling Xiao began to look at the space on the last level. His face instantly showed an incomparably moved expression. The source power here is so abundant. The power of this level of space was different from any other level. Layers of 7-colored light power were constantly flowing here. This place was actually filled with all kinds of source energy, the purest power that even the God King had to absorb and refine. On top of a medicinal field, all sorts of divine grasses were planted. Walking in front of these divine grasses, with just a sniff, Ling Xiao felt as if he was about to ascend, and his strength seemed to have increased in the span of a breath. That's right. How can there not be a supply of source energy to grow all kinds of divine grasses? This divine medicine is truly miraculous. I really wonder if the other 8 cauldrons will have the same effect. Ling Xiao sighed. 9 divine cauldrons, and the obsidian cauldron was only ranked 5th. He wondered how powerful the other 8 divine cauldrons were. Ling Xiao did not continue to investigate. What he was most concerned about was his own situation. As long as he reached the level of divine alchemist, his status would rise along with it. At that time, he would also be able to contribute to the clan and the outer sect, and he wouldn't have to do any missions. He must be very busy. Ling Xiao withdrew from the medicinal cauldron and began to refine pills. He was not in a hurry to refine divine pellets. Instead, he first refined a few holy pellets to recover the feeling of refining pills and perfect his technique. He must have been abandoned for a period of time, so he had to find that feeling again. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ling Xiao had already recovered the feeling of refining pills, and he could finally try to refine divine pellets. Refining divine pellets was not as simple as refining other grade pellets. The divine grass required for every divine pellet was extremely precious, and it also required the source of energy as a medicinal catalyst. In addition, one had to inject their own divine power, and when condensing the pellet, one had to fuse the source of energy into it. Just based on the last condition, it was the reason why Ling Xiao was unable to refine divine pellets when he was in the Holy Emperor realm. This was because at that time, he did not have any divine power to pour in, nor was he able to instantly condense more source energy. Now it was different. He already possessed divine power, and could instantly gather source energy. All the conditions were met. Ling Xiao calmed himself down, and immediately entered the state of mind, starting to refine the divine pellet. If he succeeded this time, his identity would once again undergo a different change. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.